Gamers, what is going on? We are live with the NACK 2v2 tournament. My name is TJ, and I will be chilling alone for most of the tournament. Once the final stage starts, we will be chilling with Asokra, but he is managing the rest of the bracket. As you guys know, 35 teams today. So it is going to be a good day of Crunker for everybody here in North America and Europe, as starting out with these European players, Sidex, Infamous, Vader, and Big Gamer up in Group A. We're going to be following the Group A players to start this game off, but once we make it to that final stage, we're going to be looking at some of the best players in the scene right now. There are so many good teams signed up today. I think every single player, and potentially even, the top 10 teams or so, have a really good chance of making it pretty far. And so far, we've got a match on our hands. Team name 32 versus 5G Wi-Fi, with 5G taking a slight lead to start things off here. Actually, I think the team names are swapped. 5G is actually blue, because that's Sidex and Infamous. But still, an okay start for both of these teams. It's going to be a tie game as we head into the last 10 seconds. As another fight breaks out, Vader's looking for the first frag. He will find it onto Sidex. Infamous looking to trade him out. Finds the first, but cannot clean up on Big Gamer. And now team name 32 with control of this objective. Sidex pushing in very quick here, looking for a first. Can Infamous follow it up? No, he doesn't even need to help out Sidex. Able to find both in the site, secured for the time being. We'll have to see what Big and Vader can put up here. Sidex getting aggressive, but falling early. Big pushing through doors, and Vader pushing out of sight, looking for Infamous. Infamous still alive, able to find both, and keeping the site in his hands. And the game continues to play out with 5G Wi-Fi taking a 100-point lead. Sidex with a beautiful rat as Big Gamer pushing down. Sidex spots him out, looking for the double in this fight. Infamous able to make the clean, and that will be yet another one fight for 5G. Vader, though, is going to find the first onto Sidex. Big Gamer grouping up. 30 seconds left on this objective. Infamous being wrapped around by Big. Doors being used. Heavy control of doors, out of these two teams, as Vader finds the first. Sidex sitting on site, looking to clean things up as Big comes in late, and he will be able to help out. Sidex, 1 HP, taken away from the fight. Infamous able to group up with his teammate now. 3 seconds left on the objective, and we head over to the third site here on site, as Big Gamer able to group up with Vader. The push come through. Sidex makes his way straight to double stack, taking a 1v1 against Big, but can't find the frag. Infamous can't find anything either, and both players staying alive from team name. As down by 100, still plenty of time left to work with here. Sidex pushing in early, he's able to make his way through into construction. Has to find a frag here, finds damage. Infamous able to clean up one, and Sidex makes the trade. 30 seconds left. The spawn not yet coming through from Infamous. He's going to be farther away. There he is, now grouped up as Big Gamer. And Vader now making their way up through Plat. Finds the first, is Big, as Sidex able to make the trade. An AK1v1, one out by Big, and in team name 32. Doing an excellent job to win back on this third objective. Still, a minute and 20 left. Infamous slowing things down. Sidex grouped up. Speed being gained, but he's going to slow things down. Sidex has spotted out. The wrap from Vader is going to be huge, but Sidex able to push through. Vader finds a nice headshot to clean things up. And 10 seconds left on this objective, ladies and gentlemen. Big Gamer grouping up. No, he's just going to run all the way around the map, looking for some TDM possibilities here, as he will now regroup. Sidex spotted. Vader makes the comm. Infamous sitting in underpass. Traded out by Vader yet again. These trades from the Rev of team name 32. Absolutely disgusting. That's now 53 seconds left. 200-point lead for team name 32. Again, the team names are swapped up at the top. Sidex able to find both in this fight, as Infamous grouping up on the objective. Sidex sitting with them. Big Gamer and Vader now pushing up, looking for a fight. Sidex finds the first. Big Gamer able to make the trade. Can he find the frag? No. Infamous able to clean things up. And Sidex now grouped up. He's going to be in a ratty position here. No players are going to be coming in through the side angle, as Sidex will go completely unnoticed. Vader pushes in early. Big making the dive in. And Sidex finds the first. Big Gamer trading it out, though, as team name 32 still down by 100 with 15 seconds left. One fight left here, ladies and gentlemen. Infamous and Sidex both grouping up on the left side here. Is looking for the frag. Infamous finds one. Vader has to win this fight. Can he find both shots? He can! And team name 32 looking to take this first round away. And there will not be time for 5G Wi-Fi to group up, and that will go their way with just seconds to spare. A great way to start off the match for team name 32 up here in Group A. The winner of this will go on to face NV, if I'm not mistaken. As with 10 seconds left here in this pause, ladies and gentlemen. We already see the meta breaking out. Rev heavy in use. Surprisingly, not a FAMAS on the side of team name 32, but they are making it work. As the push now coming through, Sidex finds one. Looking for more, it's not going to be found. As Infamous finds the second frag. Team name has to regroup here. A push coming through, split. Vader looking for a little bit of damage, but finds absolutely nothing. Big able to find Sidex off the trade, but Infinimus, again, on that FAMAS, able to clean up. 16 frags both between Infinimus and Sidex, but Sidex just not finding his groove, dying a couple more times here, and that stat line, unfortunately, might have been the difference maker. You know, a little bit too much roaming and not able to clean up some of these kills as Big Gamer pushes in. Sidex finds the first. Vader still alive on site, but Sidex now able to clean up. At the same moment where he dies too much, he's able to also find so much pressure on these enemy teams. Infinimus able to find one. Vader now pushing up from the left-hand side as Infinimus again with Sidex doing an excellent job as 5G Wi-Fi are proving that their first round loss was not a fluke and they want to bring themselves back into this one and bring us to 3 rounds. As a little bit of server lag there. Hopefully we don't see that persist too much for the rest of the evening, but so far 5G Wi-Fi doing an excellent job. Vader finds the first on a Sidex and the trade comes through from Infinimus, but Big yet again another frag to keep their site, the second site in their favor, as it's now just opened up. Sidex and Infinimus both making their way down along. Infinimus finds damage, but Sidex, is he able to clean here? Finds the first, finds the second! Both players from Team Name 32 able to clutch it up. And Infinimus now grouped up, 30 seconds left. Sidex finds one. Again, Vader falling, and now the duo that we've seen in the Forever era, now in this 2v2 tournament, doing an excellent job of holding down the fort. Infinimus looking for damage here, finds some. Can Sidex clean it up yet again? It's another double for Sidex. 25 kills as he just continues to shred it through these pushes. Vader trying to find a way to take any of them off site. Whiffs 4 bullets, finds one to the leg of Infinimus. Now Big, a little bit of a late wrap. I assumed he was actually going next, but it looks like he wanted to try and thirst for a kill. He finds one, but it's not going to do much overall as this lurk through mid. He has to be careful if he's spotted here. Luckily, both players making their way through underpass. If you're a Team Name 32 fan, and Vader's going to clean things up. Big didn't have to do too much there. As both players now making their way up. Infinimus spotted early by Vader. Vader finds a nice headshot. Big able to find the clean as well. Infinimus now thirsting, but Big able to find 2 big kills here on the third objective. Trying to bring Team Name back into this, but still down by 400. It's going to be so rough, and Vader's caught off guard on the rotate. Big finds one, has to hold it down, and does. Perfect positioning. One of the things about these 2v2 tournaments is that at any moment, any player can win one of these 1v2 fights. These players these fights just so volatile. And Team Name 32 still down by 300. 5G Wi-Fi just holding down the fort for 8 seconds left. Sidex just tucking. Doesn't even matter though. Doesn't have to worry about dying here as he's still going to find Vader. Infinimus finds his one as well. And now all 4 players rotating over to the last objective here in this second round. As Big finds Sidex early, Vader looking to push in. Big's going to find the trade after Vader falls, and the spawn should come through. It will, but Sidex might be able to catch him off guard, but no, Vader, a beautiful headshot, as Infinimus now just has to slow down. He finds a little bit of damage, but takes even more. Able to find the first frag, waiting for Sidex to group up now. It's Sidex now diving into side, able to find the trade. And it's beautiful, as Vader now grouping back up. 30 seconds left. This round should be over fairly soon, and there it is. A tie game for Team Name 32 and 5G Wi-Fi. As so far, all of these players doing an excellent job here in the lobby. 30 kills on Sidex. You know, I talked a little bit of smack about his extra deaths, but now at least in the lobby and continuing to fry. Both Sidex and Vader reaching past 30 kills. A full European lobby here in the North American tournament.
4, 3, 2, 1.
As now the last round here for the opening match in Group A. We'll see what these players are able to come up with. Big diving in early. Knife out a little bit too long there. He's going to take some extra damage, but Vader doesn't matter. Vader's also swapped over to the FAMAS. Was honestly not having too great of a round on the revolver. Big Gamer was doing had a lot more impact in that round. Excuse me, Vader has 23 kills. Only Sidex has reached the 30 kill mark, as Infinimus also moving up there. I apologize for that misrepresentation of that stat, but Vader now pushing in, finding both. And that FAMAS now waking up for the European. As Big grouped up, Vader as well, gaining some speed. The push looking to come through. Infinimus just trying to spot an aim tag, trying to spot any player. Infinimus ducking behind the box. Sidex still alive, but a beautiful flick from Big, and he's going to find both. Team Name 32 starting things off strong here, as control of the objective now in their grasp. Infinimus, though, able to find 2. As Sidex spawns on New, it looks like he'll be sticking around. Vader's going to be pushing New as well, looking for that early frag. As Sidex all alone, beautiful one burst out of Vader. Looking to claw his way out of groups as Big, able to find the second frag, and now 5G Wi-Fi going to be on the reset as Big continues to run off site. Infinimus finally going to find the trade, looking for Vader now. He's going to find a couple ticks of damage, but Vader down to 6 HP, has to tuck away. Cydex making his way through double doors. No, slowed down by Big, but still, not an issue. Not able to regen health in time, though, as either player, as Cydex able to find the trade, as Infinimus now grouped up. 5G Wi-Fi looking to bring themselves back into this, as they're currently down by 150. Both players on site. Big finds the first frag, Infinimus finds one, but traded out by Vader. As Big spawning on Cydex, making his way in through doors, looking to fry, finds one, Big traded out. Infinimus now making the dive, and Big gonna be stuck in that corner, just trying to stay alive for as long as possible. 18 seconds left for this objective, ladies and gentlemen, as Vader waiting patiently. Cydex gonna be taken out early. A long play out of the FAMAS player for team name 32, as with 7 seconds left. At this point, if you're 5G Wi-Fi, you have to start making your way over to the next objective, and that is exactly what Infinimus does. Cydex trying to thirst there a little bit. He will be caught on the rotate. We'll see if he's able to find something else, as Vader will be flanked out here, but it might be a little bit too late. Cydex going to be caught open in angles. Makes his way into construction first, though. Has to find Big here, but can't. Big, 44 HP, able to survive. Infinimus spots him out, though. His turn to push in. Big just trying to dip away and able to survive for just a little bit, but Vader makes the trade, as Cydex now pushing in. Vader, another one burst, continuing to fry here, as Infinimus slowing things down, but Big just reading the play perfectly, and 5G Wi-Fi just completely split up here. They're unable to make a push together, and they keep floundering with 1:25 left in this third round. Infinimus has to take his time here. Too much HP lost, and that'll be a complete life taken away yet again, and 5G Wi-Fi just continue to flood in when they need to reset. And with 15 seconds left, down by 400, this is going to be a rough scoreline to come back through. Big positioning himself perfectly, but Cydex able to find 2. A minute left. It's all in the hands of 5G, but team name 32 just continuing to shred. Infinimus able to find the trade. Looking for Vader up on the double stack, but the FAMAS player from 32 able to make it happen. Cydex pushing his way in from the right-hand side, finds one and dips away. Infinimus gaining speed, has to find Vader here in will. Cydex now regenerating. Infinimus now down to low HP. Big pushing in. Infinimus not peeking with his teammate, and it'll do numbers for team name 32 as Big able to find both yet again. Vader spawns on. Cydex trying to spot somebody off the high rotate, but it doesn't matter. And 5G Wi-Fi going to fall. Team name 32 again. Names are flipped, ladies and gentlemen. We apologize for that. But team name 32, Big Gamer and Vader, out of nowhere. Not a team that I would have expected to win in this first match. I would have had my money on 5G. But team name 32 just dominating in that third round. 39 kills for Big, and just Vader, after swapping that FAMAS, having a much better game. I think over a third of his kills. I think 15 or so just coming in that third round alone. Just doing an amazing job and able to clean things up. And ladies and gentlemen, I see y'all here. You know, hopefully you guys are ready for some KR codes. I know some of you guys are here. So let's get some out for you. Let's start with with one of these. Yeah, I'll drop this one for you. Hope you guys are ready for this one. Good luck, ladies and gentlemen. But we are going to head to a short break. The next match should be on your screen, hopefully in 5 minutes, no longer, as they did first match, already a banger, went to 3 rounds. Expect more of that, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back soon with more Crunker action. Just a few minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are live with the second round match of the upper bracket of Group A. My name is tjwysk. You guys are going to be riding along with me for the next hour or so until Asokra joins us for the final stage. But we've got a banger match to keep things going. NV, the number 1 seed in this entire tournament, up against Team Name 32, who just had a slight upset up against 5G Wi-Fi. Fed and Ascending. Looking to clean things up against Big Invader to secure a spot. The loser of this will go down into the loser's bracket of their group, and the winner of that will then move on. But the winner of this match does secure a spot in the final stage, and so far, Envy showing up strong here is Fed. Already frying up the lobby. 3 kills to his name, and looking to just continue it. Looking to reset up towards ramp, waiting for the Vader peek, and does a lot of damage already off rip, but Big's going to find the first. Now Vader pushing in, trying to clean things up. Ascending finds one, looking for Big, but can't make it happen. And now Team Name 32 has control of the objectives. Fed, though, able to come in and help out on his own. It's going to be Vader winning the 1v1 against Ascending, though, as Fed looking to jump over the top. He's going to be a mysterious force against these two players now on site. Hasn't taken any damage yet. Finds the first, looking for the second here, and Ascending able to clean things up. With 10 seconds left, Ascending continuing to tear down through mid, but Vader able to find him with his back turned. Is Fed, the only American in this lobby, but with Ascending, one of the most recent major 4v4 winner, and looking to just continue that streak of NACK tournaments won. As Vader now pushing up, looking for Fed behind the single box, but does some damage. No deaths yet. Ascending, though, up on the market stall, looking for even more damage inflicted, and he will find some, but still no kills coming through from either team. Techie's pulled out from Ascending, just trying to spam through, but Fed, in that time, was able to fully regenerate his health, and now has control of the objective as Ascending now pushing forward on that AK. Finds the first, just spraying down mid, but can't find a frag. Is Big. It's made his way through long, and a ton of damage done. This will be on Vader to try and clean up, though, as he finds the first. Fed all alone, 1 versus 1. Big able to make the clean, but at this time, Team Name 32 still down by about 300 objective. Ascending, pushing up, finds some damage, no kill yet. Fed has to find both here and will succeed. And NV controlled the objective. Vader making his way in through underpass. Fed's not going to find the kill he needs down mid, but at this time, I think that Ascending wanted to die there. Fed's going to be making his way over to the next objective. Big is all alone. Fed doesn't clean the left-hand side or the right-hand side, but he still is able to find the kill. Vader pushes in and is able to clean up that trade as Ascending has to just reset. Maybe he spotted Big through market here. We won't know fully as he does spot Big now. Finds the first frag. Vader stuck backside. 1 HP. Taken down. Ascending with both. Beautiful execution. Now tucked towards the barrels. As the swing comes through, Big looking for the frag, finds the first. As the push comes through now from Vader, and he will be able to find the cleanup as both players from Team Name now securing the objective. 200 down, though, have to regroup and have to reset now as NV as the push comes through. As Ascending dies early, Fed finds one, can't find the transfer onto Big, though, who's again able to find both. 6 kills to his name, 10 deaths, though. A lot of objective on his back as they continue to climb up so far. NV, though, looking to win out this fight, but yet again, another flub. Team Name able to tie things up and now will lead in their favor. Ascending, gaining speed, excuse me, as Fed able to find both in the meantime. NV, slight lead heading into the last objective. We'll have to see what they're able to come up with. Big, though, pushing in through underpass early, finds the first, looking for the second, can't make it happen. Vader still with control of the objective, sitting on the back box. Big, though, being flanked out by Long by Ascending. Can he find the frag? Vader's going to find the first. I don't think Ascending knew Big went through underpass. It's going to be an AK 1v1. 1 out by Ascending. And the objective now back in the hands of NV. And so is the lead. Vader now looking for the first frag. Damage done, but can't find the frag. Big looking for a kill down Long. Fed taken down to 1 HP. Big in a 1 versus 2. Can he make it happen? Finds the first. Fed regenerating health and is able to find the trade. NV, 200-point lead, 25 seconds left. All they need to do is make it to about that 15-second marker, and this first round should be theirs as Big falls, and NV able to take round number 1 off the backs of Team Name 32. Close round, though. Still plenty of mistakes made from both squads, and plenty of time for both of them to clean up. We'll have to see what these teams are able to come up with now in round number 2. Will NV claim a spot in the top 14?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We'll know in the next 4 minutes. Team Name 32 has to win this round, otherwise they're sent down to the lowers for their group as Vader Grouped up now, Big Gamer and Vader both stacked on top of each other. Collateral damage from NV as they're able to just shred through both players. Fed getting aggressive. A little bit too aggressive, though. Ascending has to reset. He'll jump over the market wall. Now they have to wonder, has he gone up ramp or back through backyard? And name tag possibly spotted here as a push comes through. Both players frying yet again. And NV, a beautiful reset. Only Fed dying so far this round, but still a close lead as both players now making the way through backyard. Fed in control of the ramp as he will find both yet again. Double kill as NV control. Ascending, pushing down mid, taken out by Big. As Vader now pushing up, looking for the damage. A nice 2 bursts out of him, and that will give team name the objective. Big spawning on, Ascending making his way through backyard. It's going to be a split push. Fed and Ascending, both players looking for their ones, but Ascending's going to make it 2 for himself and leave Fed dry. NV down by 10, or up by only by 10. Despite being dominant so far, Vader's going to be making his way out through backyard and now through long. Kill comes through from Fed, though, as both players sitting on. Plus 20 per tick as Big Gamer up on the scaffolding. Damage done. Fed's going to find the frag, though. 22 health to his name as Vader needs to reset. Needs to take his time here on that FAMAS. Can't find much damage. Ascending takes 1 headshot and still gets away with his life. A nice triple headshot onto Big there as Envy just running away with the second objective. The mind games on that first objective have to have skewed Team Name 32's perspective of this game as NV are just looking so dominant now on this second objective. Vader's going to find his 1. Has to be careful for Fed, though, as he pushes down mid, but Vader's going to make it 2. And the objective now in his control. As Ascending, pushing through, looking for damage. Oh, so much done to Big, and now it's just up to Fed to clean things up. Spots the barrel of Big's gun. Just tucking for some extra objective, and now both players are going to stay behind, but NV just going to soak up this objective. Going to pass 600 as Vader looking for anything, but he's just going to find some damage onto Fed, and his life will be reset back onto the gate site as Fed gaining speed, Ascending as well. The objective in their control as Ascending pushing through, and both players of NV able to find their ones in this round. Looking like it's going to be out of the grasp of Team Name 32 as NV just looking so dominant here. Fed finds a bullet to the dome as Vader's going to find the frag. Ascending has to clean this one up, but no, Techie pulled out and can't find the frag. Vader 1 HP. Fed's going to clean that one up, but Big, beautiful transfer onto Fed there. Has controlled the objective in his name. Vader's down mid, though. Can't find a kill, but just some damage onto Ascending. Big peeking over the scaffolding position, given away, and Fed able to clean that one up. A wall bang through the scaffolding. Ascending just holding down mid. Finds 1. Fed still alive on this objective. Looking for the frag, and we'll find another one onto Big as NV. A 400-point lead. That's 30 seconds of stack that Team Name 32 need to come back in with only a minute left. It's looking grim. It's Ascending, pushing through, finds his 1, just taking them off the objective. And at this point, it's just going to be a fun little play date for NV as they clean up this round. Ascending, beaming down mid, Fed from long, and they're just going to continue to clean here. Spawns in long. Ascending has to group up with Fed, and doesn't even matter. Fed's going to find both yet again with some extra damage help out of Ascending, but overall, it looks like this map going to be over, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. NV, a dominant 2-0. Putting them over the line here. Fed, 38 kills, Ascending with 25. Team Name 32, going to be sent down to lowers. Might have a rematch against 5G Wi-Fi, and that will give 5G Wi-Fi their chance to bring themselves back into this tournament. But Team Name 32 going to have to keep fighting here as NV securing their spot in the top 14. We're going to head to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, Team Name 32 versus the winner of the 5G Wi-Fi versus one other team that I'm missing. 5G Wi-Fi versus, I think, a Prime team. We'll figure that out, ladies and gentlemen. Short break. We'll be right back. And ladies and gentlemen, we are back. But now we're in another group. Array versus Striker and Xylence down in Group E. As Group A, I believe, is taking some time and they're figuring out their matches. But we're waiting for Striker and Xylence to make their way into the lobby. Array, I believe the 4th seed in this tournament, looking to claim. I don't believe this is for a spot in the final stage yet, as this group has been slightly delayed, but looking to claim a spot in the upper finals for their group. As the same goes, obviously, for Striker and Xylence, as they were able to take out, I believe, I'm trying to think, Phantom and Frosty, if I'm not mistaken. As we wait for those two players to load in, Striker and Xylence. Hope everybody's having a fantastic day. There we go, Striker. And Xylence, I assume, Dubious Dan. We'll just call him Dan.
4, 3, 2, 1.
As we are, ladies and gentlemen, a best of 3, just one map though, is Clap and Alter Frox making their way onto the objective, and both players able to clean up things very quickly to start this one off, and both players just stacking on this objective. Striker making his way in through backyard, though we'll have to see how this works out, as Dan making his way up through main, as Clap finds 1, but traded out by Striker as 4 HP left on his back. Both players from Striker and Xylence making their way onto the objective, as Clap, beautiful 1 burst, looking to clean things up, make it a double for the newest member of Array, as he continues to fry up the competition. 4 kills so far. Raph only 1 on his back, but not much needed yet, as the next fight breaking out. Clap finds 1, traded away, Alter finds the 2nd. And Array, a very strong lead to start off this best of 3 on Sandstorm. Striker finds 1, Clap, though, taken down to body shot HP, and Dan will find the body shot that he needs. 390 to 130, and looks like Array making their way towards the 2nd objective now, as both players tucked down in the corner. There they are. As the next fights come through, Dan pushing in, taken down by Alter, as Striker also making his way, peeking through window, taken away from the fight. Clap able to regenerate his HP, same with a Raph, as both players grouped up on the objective. First is coming through from the Moss, Alter finds 1, Clap finds the 2nd, and Array just continuing to just pull out kills. Striker pushing in, 1 HP before he can make his way to window, and a Raph is going to push that, finds the 1. Clap finds the 1 burst onto Dan before he can take down Alter. 1 HP from a Rev headshot, but so far, Array just looking to make this one quick. Clean and precise gameplay here as Striker finds the first. Raph has to be careful. The shot from Dan long. Raph reacts a little bit too late there, and Clap just going to reset. 15 seconds left. Dan taking down a 1 HP. Clap looking for the player, and there's the first burst, looking for a 2nd. Striker, though, able to find the trader. Raph cleaning it up at the end there. 7 seconds left, and they're just going to continue to let Array stack here. Not exactly what you want, as Array has now passed a point where they're ahead by almost a minute's worth of objective. I mean, this is absolutely insane. As Clap peeking out, both players sitting on the right-hand side, as Clap finds the first and make it a double. Oh my goodness, Array passing the 1,000-point objective mark, and they are just playing clinical crunker right now in this 2v2. Striker pushing in, looking for Clap, and he's going to find the first. Now it's on to Dan to clean things up, but no, a Raph in a 1 versus 2. Keeping the objective in Array's hands, up by 800. At this rate, this round will end before Gateside. Both of these players are looking absolutely phenomenal right now, as Dan and Striker, they got to make something work here. Minute and 30 left. Array stacking the objective as much as possible. Again, they want to make this game as quick as possible. And a Raph in another 1 versus 2 cleans up both players. And we end with a minute and 15 left on the clock. I mean, you can't ask for a cleaner performance. Striker and Dan just not able to hold up to this kind of pressure. And both Clap and Raph, they're not playing, for fun. They're not messing around. They're always on the objective. They're always finding these 2 kills, and not a lot of roaming out of them. I mean, a little bit of offside pushing from Clap, but not much else. As both players, I mean, they're just here to make this game move as quick as possible and keep the bracket running. Both players making the way up ramp for Array, but both players making their way through backyard. As a Raph jumping over the top, he's going to leave Clap stranded, but it doesn't matter as Clap will stay alive in the 1 versus 1 against Striker. Dan, though, has to reset towards backyard. Looking for the first frag on that AK. He swapped off of the Rev. As Striker now pushed up. Clap finds another 2. 17 kills on his back. And both players of Array, over 700 objective each. And we're only about 5 minutes into this game. As Striker able to find a Raph. Dan also able to find his one as Raph finds that first trade. Clap just diving in, though, looking for the frag. Finds the first. Now Raph has to just do a little bit of cleanup work here as Striker does find the trade on Clap, and the spawns come through for both players. 15 seconds left here on market. Array already up to a 3 to 300 point. They're looking to make it a 300-point lead as a Raph, though. He's going to have his back turned to Striker. Movement diff on the point, and that will give Striker and Silence a little bit of room to work with. But again, all that time that they had on the objective, and none of it used to actually claw their way back. Clap, a beautiful one first to start off this first fight on the second objective. Is Striker sitting behind the box and along, also taken away from the fight. Raph, beautiful play as Clap has to regenerate some health. Dan and Striker now pushing up. Striker's made his way to window. He comes through, finds one. Dan, Striker able to find the second. Clap falls as well, as now both players from Striker and Silence sitting on this objective. They have to start working their way back into this one. Raph finds one, finds two. The objective now in their favor. As with 20 seconds left on this objective, Dan pushing it from long. Raph finds his one. Clap does the same. And Array just continuing to build up a lead here. 30 seconds of objective between these two teams as Dan and Striker now working their way up. Striker made his way towards window. Slow play with 10 seconds left. And at this point, Array, Clap should just let himself die here, but he won't. Raph is actually going to spawn on, and they're going to give the next objective away. But I don't think that matters too much to them. I mean, they've been so confident in these fights. Raph cleans the left, and Clap cleans the right. And oh my goodness, what a clean push out of these two players. As the objective now theirs. Dan pushes in way too early. Striker's going to be all alone in this one, looking for something, anything but Clap. With 26 kills to his name on this FAMAS, just continuing to shred through and out. Array up to a minute of objective. Dan just running in. I mean, they've given up on this one. Array taking the quick and easy 2-0. I mean, I have not seen this dominant of a performance in a 2v2 before, but they are making it look clean to start this one off. And they're looking to go far in this tournament. Array, the 4th seed team, we already saw NV qualify. Array looking to be the next up. 1320 to 290 in that second objective, and we end with over a minute and 15 yet again. And Clap, 30 and 12. Araf, the support player, 19 and 8. I mean, that is just beautiful. Tied objective as well. I mean, you cannot ask for a more clean performance from these boys. I mean, it's just a great tournament start from them. Striker and Dan going to move down to the lower bracket. Still a chance to qualify, but Array, I mean, 6 minutes or so of gameplay, and they're already moving on. Next match, hopefully, I'm not sure what it is yet, ladies and gentlemen. We might have one more match to watch here in the group stage. We'll let you know in just a few moments. Stay tuned. Hello, gamers. Hello. We are back, and hopefully our last streamed round of the group stage. We have Array versus Envy official. Now, this is not the real Envy, despite having the official name. This is Bowler and Nancy. But a Raph and Clap, I mean, we just saw them take a dominant win over Xylence and Striker. So we'll see if they're able to keep that going. The lower bracket of this group had, unfortunately, a lot of disqualifications, so just players not showing up. So no matter what, both of these teams are making their way into the final stage. It's just this match will determine seeding. I think one team will go to the upper bracket, the other will go to the lower bracket. So we'll wait and see how that turns out. Waiting for Bowler and Nancy to make their way into the lobby. But otherwise, it's looking like it's going to be a good final game of the group stage, ladies and gentlemen. My name is TJ. Hope you guys are all having fun, tagging along with me. You know, just for sticking with us through some of these breaks, I'll drop y'all another KR code. I think you guys deserve it. Let's drop one before these players all load into the lobby. Let's drop this one. Here you guys go. I'll be generous here, as we're just waiting for Bowler and Nancy to make their way into the lobby. Raph and Clap, so far, from the one match we saw, they're looking good. We'll see if they're able to keep that up against a team that is definitely more a more competitive team. I'm not gonna lie, Xylence and Striker, not the most not the strongest team that we've seen in these tournaments, but there's Voller on the AK, usually known as one of the better revolver players in North America. Is not too many great revolver players in America. I'm thinking back, maybe like Silly Jap, Voller. I mean, Voller as of recent, although there's not too many. You know, Silly, Gangu back in the day. But we're just waiting on Mr. Ansi. And we should be good to go. Hope you guys all are having a wonderful evening. Only took us about just under an hour and a half to get through the group stage, which isn't bad timing since we're moving into hopefully a quicker final stage with teams automatically starting in the lower bracket. So again, you know, having that one loss could be a big deal for one of these teams because you're going to start and you cannot lose anymore. I think there's only one team that gets that exception, and it's in the top of Group A. So both NV and one other team in Group A, I believe it's 5G Wi-Fi actually, since they were able to secure that win. They actually won the rematch against Team Name 32, so Team Name 32 did not advance into the final stage. 5G Wi-Fi actually came back with a 2-1 on Industry. So after seeing that, they actually do get to start in the upper bracket, despite having that one loss, because they were in the same bracket as NV, you know, the number 1 seeded team. And we have I'm Cheating Re, which is
4,
Mr. Ansi,
3,
here in
2,
this
1.
upper bracket match in group letter E. So winner of this just gets a higher seeding. Losses, no penalties for either team besides starting in the lower bracket. Neither team needs to worry about elimination just yet. As the first kill comes through, Clap finds 1, Clap finds 2. Both players somehow staying alive, but that's going to be I'm Cheating. I'm surprised he didn't push up ramp. The comm should have came through. Both players extra low, but now the regeneration coming through for both squads. As I'm Cheating refines the first Voller, able to find 1 as well. And now Array on the back foot. NV official has control of the objective. Both players making their way through backyard, and they've crossed out of the sight lines of both of these players as the push comes through. Voller able to find 1, but Araf, the support player, able to clean up both players on that AK. And health fully regenerated. As the next push comes through, Voller looking for a kill, but dies early. And the FAMAS bursts whiffed from Ansi. As Araf pushing down, finds a ton of damage, able to find a kill as well, and he knows where the second player is. Voller will fall. Araf's turn on this gun as I'm Cheating Re. Going to find 1. Ansi staying alive for the time being, but the next objective opening up soon, and Clap is already sitting there. Araf's going to be on the flank of Voller. Should be able to find that frag, and he will. As Voller spawning long. Both players now fighting in long here as the push comes through. Araf stays alive. Doing an excellent job supporting some of Clap's endeavors. As the push comes through, the FAMAS is spotted. Clap can't find the 1 versus Araf. Another 1 versus 2, but he can only find 1 in this scenario. And NV, control of the objective. Next push coming through. Clap looking for damage. Ansi taking down a 1 HP, but Araf can't find the support cleanup either. And now NV official looking to take a lead away here. Araf and Clap now pushing up. Voller sitting in backside. First kill comes through from Araf, looking for a double. Clap able to find the cleanup, and Array now with a lead. 400 to 390. 15 seconds left on this objective. And now another fight coming through. Should be the last one of this objective. Clap finds the first. Voller finds 1. Traded out by Araf yet again. With 5 seconds left, Array just going to soak this one up. Antsy looking to push aggressive here. Looking for a kill, but he's not even going to find a lick of damage. As Array up by 200. Another push coming through. Both players making their way in through underpass. As the first kill comes through, both kills from Antsy. And NV Visual keep control of the objective for the time being. Clap looking for a long dive towards the side box in mid, but nothing's going to come of it. NV Official now up by 80. As Clap and Araf now pushing up. Clap gaining some speed in market, making his way down through the side. Araf going to be a little bit late to this one. Clap finds the first burst, though, and it's going to be a nice cleanup. 30 seconds left now on this objective, and Array with control. Both players gaining speed for an offside push. Clap is going to lose it. Araf's going to just push completely off, cleaning out market. He knows where both players are going to be. It should be a clean fight, but no, Bowler able to read the play and finds Araf in the last few seconds. Array still down by 150. As Clap now pushing through, looking for the first burst. He will do so, and Araf with the cleanup. Both players going to sit on this objective, and they should be able to get themselves just up to 800. But still down by 16. Antsy pushing off site. He's going to be on the flank. He's actually making the full circle here as Bowler sitting on the objective. Clap finds one. Has to be careful of Antsy, but can't find the frag, and now NV spawning on. NV up by 100. Araf looking for the first frag here. Damage done, but no kills. Clap needs to find the bursts here, and he will find both. Bowler and Antsy both fall in Array, down by 200. With 35 seconds left. Shortening this lead up as both players looking to make their way in through underpass. Looks like the play's being read. No, Araf doesn't peek. Clap finds the first no. A 1 versus 1, and Araf able to find the shots needed. Array with control of the objective, now looking to claim a lead. Both players. Araf now gets off site. Clap finds the first frag. Antsy slowed down on the boxes. Spawns are going to come in. Array has to win this last fight. So does NV if they want to win this round. Bowler now pushing in. Finds the first. Finds the second. It's clean. And NV Official looking to take this first round away. As Array will not have time to get to the objective. And it's a beautiful start for NV Official as they are just able to scrape by near the end. I mean, a lead for most of the game. And Array need to swap things, need to change things up here. Is NV Official
5,
looking
4,
really strong on some of these
3,
pushes. Volar with
2,
12 kills, same with Antsy
1.
12. Araf and Clap 15 to 14, but they spent a little bit of time off the objective, or the way that these fights are turning out, they're just not able to find these frags. Araf sitting on the back box is not going to work out in his favor. It's Clap now pushing alone, finds the first burst. Bowler, half HP, able to clean things up. Araf pushing in late. It will work out. Down to 67, has to be careful of the backyard push as he looks to shut down this early push of them gaining speed. Araf can't find Antsy, but he's able to correct himself just in time. Another push coming through. Araf is able to trip things up, taking down 35 HP, just gaining speed around the map, down to 35, now pushing in, finds Bowler, trying to make his way through Antsy, and he just continues to run around the map, finding two. And this is a different Array. They're moving a little bit quicker. NV have to figure out something here as Araf finds the first and finds the second yet again. After that first round loss, I mean, taking just a much more roaming approach as Clap finds the first, looking for Bowler as well, and able to make it happen. A double for him. As Araf will slow down, making his way towards Pyramid. He's going to spot out the Tomas player, finds the first. Has to be careful with Bowler, though. He's chasing down his teammate, but Clap able to clean things up on site. And NV down by 200. Clap routing in near the market stall. Bowler making his way in through long. Looking for Rat first, and will do so. Has to find Clap in the corner, ratting away, and Bowler, a nice double. NV control the objective, looking to claw their way back into this. 30 seconds left on this objective. As the next push comes through, both players spotted. Don't have to worry about long. The comment's not come through, though. Just in time for Antsy, as he was still looking long, despite Bowler seeing both. Definitely some slight miscommunications there as Bowler finds the first and the second yet again. NV with control of the lead. 10 seconds left. Somebody has to stay behind, and it looks like both players will. Giving NV a little bit of time to gain a lead. As both players are going to make their way in through mid. Speed being gained near market. Both players now diving in. Araf still full HP, but taken down, and it's a clean push from NV. A lead now back in their favor. With 40 seconds left, Array has to make a push here. Araf finds one. So does Clap. Antsy making a trade, but unfortunately not able to secure the fight. Array looking to claim the lead back here. Both players making their way in from the side. As Voller finds the first, clapping a 1 versus 2, and on the ladder, able to make it happen. Array with the lead. And NV, with 15 seconds left, need to win this push. A lot of time for Array to work with here. Voller pushing in, taken down early. Ansi not able to find a frag either, as Array is going to soak this one up. When 10 seconds left, the full range of this objective will be theirs, and they'll be up by a solid 300, looking to push themselves towards the third round. Clap and Araf both getting off, as Clap making a quick rotate towards long. Slowing down, being careful, as both players sitting up, and Araf just diving in, able to do so much damage. Clap only needs to find a tick on a Voller, and he will do so. As the roam now comes through, 45 seconds, spots out Ansi, spots out Voller, a ton of damage done. It's going to be on Araf. Tucked in the dumpster, spots out both players, finds 1 kill, but traded out by Voller. It's now Clap's turn to find the trade, and he will do so. Array, up to 1,000 objective. The objective completely empty, though. Both players now making their way in from long. Araf spots both, finds the first. Clap needs to turn his back around, as it's a FAMAS 1v1, and Clap wins it with 1 HP. Voller looking to be taken down in mid by Araf, and he will do so. And Ansi, not able to take these players off the objective in time. A 1-1 scoreline, ladies and gentlemen. NV winning the first, Array winning the second. Both teams looking to push themselves towards the upper bracket, giving themselves that extra buffer. And again, these 2v2 games, ladies and gentlemen, are so volatile. One fight can just completely swing
5, 4,
any chance of victory
3,
or defeat for
2,
either of these teams.
1.
And the meta already being solidified with this AK FAMAS play out of both of these teams. It's going to be a full backyard wrap, and it looks like Ansi already knows he's going to find the first. Clap down to half HP, finds Voller down to 1. But NV official starting with the objective, and Araf trying to push in, doing some damage control, finds the first, just looking for Voller tucked, and will do so. Clap finds the trade as Ansi distracted by Araf's movement. As Voller now making his way through backyard, looking for the frag, and he will find the first. That's Ansi. Both players grouped up, now splitting away as they make their way up towards the ramp. Voller taking 1. Clap traded away as Voller, another kill. Araf falls. And NV official now with the lead. Ansi diving onto the objective. Clap also, but he will fall first. Now an AK 1 versus 1, and Voller able to win that one away. Ansi now grouped up. Clap slowing things down, looking for the first frag, and he will do so. Voller swinging out wide, but Araf able to help out his teammate. As NV official double the scoreline, but Array looking to bring this one back to a tie game as both teams fighting things out on market. It's going to be another AK 1v1, and Araf gets stuck on the market stall. With a 10-point lead, NV official will have control of the objective first. Clap making a long wrap towards long here. A beautiful 1 burst onto Ansi to start things off. Araf able to find the second onto Voller. As Array with control of the objective, both players making their way in through long. Voller looking for some damage control here. Finds the first, and that's going to be Ansi. Also finding his 1. Both players now sitting on this objective. Both players sitting at half HP, but regenning. Plenty of time before the next fight. And now both players spotted. Clap finds the first, finds the second. 13 HP to his name, but a beautiful double frag. Now we'll see what the FAMAS from NV official can do. Ansi pushing his way in. Double stack up, looking for some damage. Oh, it's a collateral. Clap finds the first. Voller can't find one either. Alter Brock's able to clean it up. As Array now 100 points to their favor. Now Araf making his way towards Pyramid. This is going to be rough. He's letting Ansi through, looking for the frag, and it's going to happen. But they've given away gate. NV official with control of the next objective, up by 200. One fight could swing the lead back into their favor. As both players now making their way in. Push comes through. Araf finds 1. Voller does not know where Araf came from. And the tuck towards the open side of the gate gives Array control of the objective, but Clap spawns off. He's going to have to find a roaming frag here. Does he spot Voller? He does. Giving Araf the comp. Finds the first. And Ansi, though, able to find both. Array, 200 points lead. NV control of the objective, but Voller spawns off, and he's going to find 1 on the roam. Araf needs to win that fight, and he will. Ansi the only one sitting on the objective, and Voller going to spawn on now. NV official only down by about 50 points as the next push comes through. 1 burst from Araf will work out. Alterfrox finds 1, but traded away, and he will spawn on. Array still controlling this lead. 20 seconds left. Voller and Ansi now making their way in. Through Z, Voller pushing E, spotted early by Clap though, and now it's going to be a FAMAS, a beautiful transfer from Ansi, giving NV a potential chance to work their way back into this one. With 3 seconds left, it's looking like it'll be a tie game, ladies and gentlemen. 780 to 720, 60 points between these two teams. and both players now making their way through underpass. Do they read it? Volar pushing his way up. Arap sitting in dumpster has to win against Ansi, and he will do so. The trades come through, and Array stand victorious so far, but Volar and Ansi still plenty of time to work with. Volar pushing in a little bit early, trying to clean out these angles early. Clap finds the one. Can he find the second? Ansi able to clean it up instead, and now NV with control of the objective, down by 100. Next fight coming through. Arap pushing his way in through Z. No. Underpass instead. It's going to be late. Looking for Volar. Finds the first. It's just going to be down to a FAMAS 1v1 and Ansi. Another double. Envy with a slight lead in control. Arap now pushing his way up through Z. Looking for damage done. Finds the first. Now it's Clap's turn with Volar. A 1 versus 2. And he can't make it happen. Both players for Array sitting down to 1 HP. But they are able to tie things up. Now looking to get off site is Arap. He's going to push towards dumpster, but he's spotted early. Volar dies first. And Ansi doesn't. Whoa, Clap just does not know where he came from. And with 5 seconds left, Clap in no man's land. Array sent down to the lower bracket, and NV are going to claim an upper bracket spot. I mean, looking at this scoreboard, you would think that Array would have won this one out with more kills and more objective overall. But they flounder themselves in round 3. Clap has no idea where Ansi is, and Ansi just having a life game in round number 3. NV, official, moving their way into the upper bracket. And Array will be sent down to lowers to continue their run. The final stage at this point, ladies and gentlemen, should have been completed. And we're going to head to a short break, but at that time, we'll take a look at the bracket and hope, we'll see if it's completed. It should be very, very close. As this is what the bracket looks like. Teams haven't been loaded in yet, but they should be very shortly. Again, we're going to head to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are live with the final stage. We're waiting for these players to load in. So let's take a look at the bracket of what we got going on here. So as you can see, we're watching video game players playing versus HAIF up in the upper bracket, the 2 seed versus the 7th seed coming out of the group stages. So I think this will be a pretty good match. I think all these players are very high in skill. I mean, having Naramino and Lage, and then having Wappa and Silly Jap. I mean, this is just a good chunk of old gen players coming together and having a good time.
Yeah. I mean, I think it'll be great to see like Wappa again. I know we saw him last tourney, but like just seeing him again in the 2v2 tourney.
Yeah.
And I mean, honestly, just this is a stacked game. You know, you have Silly Jap, you have Wappa, Lage, Naramino. Like these are all champions at some point of their Crunker careers. So it's kind of crazy that they meet in their first round here. It's because of this new system we have with the final stage, which makes you have more competitive matches going on earlier. So they had a lot of good practice going into this. And I think, I mean, TJ, what's your predictions? You think the EUs can do it, or?
I mean, just seeing Naramino's name, I mean, he's just been a staple no matter how you slice it. He's just one of the best players in the world. But again, I mean, Wap and Silly, having a North American advantage, that could be a decider. We'll have to see how they're able to play. I would go, 2-1 for the Americans. But again, I mean, these 2v2 games are always just a coin flip, basically. I mean, we'll see how these teams are able to show up in these next 3 rounds. Starting off, Lage is going to find 2.
The first one, and they have a good backyard setup here. Lage is getting info. Looks like they're going for a double wrap here to recoup the HP. I think Silly just read that, flying in backyard. Now it's a double stack here. It's kind of interesting to see the Europeans kind of just gave up the site there, but now they have it back. Won back the trades. I was surprised that they got those trades. Good regroup push here. Double peek out ramp. Really clean coming out of them. And yeah, I mean, look at Naramino. He's already a rat just trying to find Wappa. So.
Yeah, and I mean, Wappa's now in a 1 versus 2. He's going to find Nair. Does he find Lage as well? He's pulled out the techie. I don't know if that was the right play. I'm not sure how many bullets he had left in his gun, but Silly now looking to recover the losses. Yeah, I assumed he had enough as well, and unfortunately, it's going to be video game players. Wappa's going to find this objective, but just a little bit too late. Naramino spawns gate, and I wonder if Silly read that. Wappa's going to be able to get away, but he's going to dive right back into Naramino's crosshairs, and now Silly's trying to find the next objective, but flanked out by Naramino yet again, and Hife with control of this second objective already and just continuing to extend their lead.
A little bit of a solo push coming out of Wappa. I hope the team just regroup here, kind of play slow, and it looks like Silly just dying a little bit too early, and it looks like I don't want to say it, but they look so slow right now. They look like they're out of it.
Yeah, I mean, Lage is
just TDM and getting the trades. Wappa has to win this crucial one we want to win, and he just does not win it out.
That AK versus FAMAS, that's just unlucky. Naramino's 1 HP, though, sitting on site. Wappa's just spamming it down, waiting for a peek, but Naramino's going to take his time, regenerate some HP. Wappa has to find 2 kills, but can only find Lage. Naramino just sitting on this objective. I mean, he's already up to 340, 150 above Lage, and Wappa and Silly just both sitting at about 50 apiece, so finally able to win the fight,
but a bit too late. Now
and at that point, I don't even want to say that they're losing the fight. I think it's just a tactical giving up the point for the next objective, and it's just going to keep working out for Hife here. Naramino's going to find one late. Wap in a 1v1, he will win it out, and now Silly spawns on. So maybe a little bit of a flood there out of Hife, but we'll have to see if this flood keeps happening. Lage is going to slow things down, though, and gain some speed up in market.
Yeah, it looks like Wappa's going to play this off angle on short. Looks like they're going to go for a peek out in mid. Wappa isolates the fight. Can he win it out against Lage? He does. And Silly does not trust Wappa that he's going to win that fight out. So the spawns are a little bit mixed up. That gives a chance for Silly a little bit to do some flanks here.
Ooh,
and yeah, I mean,
beautiful.
that just ended up working out perfect. Yeah.
And
I mean, it already looks like they're back into it.
At 20 seconds left, we'll have to see if they can win this last fight. If they do, I think Hive might have a tie game here, but Wappa just going to fall. Naramino finds both frags. 10 seconds left. I think video game players, they'll probably send one. It looks like Silly's going to just make a last-ditch effort here, trying to find Naramino, but can't make it happen. Both players are just full tucking as Wappa just dives in, looking to take him off site, and they will for a short period. Down by 300. That's about 15 seconds worth of objective. That's going to be a little bit hard to do on this last site. Looks like Silly making the full flank. Wappa up in market as he's going to find Lage. Wins the first fight. Naramino not going to find it either. Wappa finds both. And now both players of video game players playing just going to have to sit on this objective and soak up. Lage pushing it a little bit early as it's going to be Silly who finds both.
2-1 burst right there, yeah. And I think this is, this is where they thrive. They thrive on that 4th point, and I think they're opting for the same double market Z push here. And can Silly isolate it? And Silly does isolate it in big, and now they're already back into it. TJ, look at the score; it's dwindling.
Yeah, it's going down, and it's going down fast. Naramino pushing in a little bit early. It's going to be an AK 1v1, but Lage finds the last kill needed, and now Naramino gets to stack on. 15 seconds left. All that's needed is this one push out of video game players to win it, but they need to be fast, and they're not fast enough. And that will give Hype the first round win in this best of 1.
But I mean, that, like, towards the end, it gives me hope. It feels like they've, like, kind of warmed up. They've locked in a little bit, and I think that's honestly a lot better for video game players than what we were seeing in the first 2 minutes. It definitely looked like they had a lot more life towards the end. You saw Wappa getting a couple 2Ks and 1v2s. It just looks like Hive used that early round lead to kind of take them over. So I like to see video game players here, capitalize on market and second sight.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, their gate sight was really strong, and their last sight was all right, but yeah, that second objective really threw it away. And there's a different start out of these boys as they continue to fry up. Is now up by about 100. Lage pushing up market alone, and
good
now it's Hype that's making the mistake. Is that early peek from Lage, and Naramino just not able to make his way through backyard in time. Still, he's going to take a 1 versus 1 against Lage, but it's not going to work out. Now Wappa's going to be all alone. Naramino will clean that one up instead. As Naramino now just diving down ramp, he's going to find yet another 1 burst. That time onto Silly. As Wappa just has to slow things down towards backyard, wait for his teammate to group up on Naramino, and yet another rat spot, and Silly's not going to win that one out. Lage wins his one on site, and now Hype are looking to build themselves back in on this market site.
Yeah, and although Hive has had this site for majority of this round, they still don't have the lead on it. And due to like the 2-stack we see from video game players, Naramino, a lot of TDMing, a lot of ratting coming out. Big 1v1 that Wappa just puts out, yeah. I mean, it just looks like they played that site a lot better, playing the 2-stack, playing on point instead of going for the TDM, spawn traps. So
we'll have to see what they're able to pull out in long. Wappa's taking some damage, though, as he'll be taking down a low HP, and Silly can only find 1. Naramino with both, and now Hype looking to gain this lead back. The Lage spawning on, immediately going for the TDM, but can't find a lot of damage. Wappa finds the first. It's going to be on to Silly now, sitting in backside is just Naramino, and Silly will clean that one up. Both players from video game players sitting on site, and that's the difference here. I mean, we see Lage or Naramino just pushing off site. Lage takes a 1 versus 2 all on his own, but that's the difference here,
A lot of solo pushing.
Yeah, Hype has, overall, on paper, much better, and they're winning a lot of these fights, but the difference is that these fights that video game players are winning, they're putting both players immediately on site, and now Hype are starting to transition over to that double stack type of, play style where they can finally, maintain a lead.
Yeah, I mean, we had to give our credit to Naramino. Look at this guy winning so many 1v1s, creating so much space for Lage here.
Oh, beautiful from Silly. Oh my goodness, that transfer. Wappa's all alone, though. Silly's going to be on the wrap. Do they read it, though? Naramino doesn't. Silly finds the first. Lage crawling up the ladder, and video game players control. Right, yeah, it's turning into a blue blur, but we'll have to see how this next fight turns out for Hype. As Lage finds the first Wappa 1 versus 1, but Naramino able to trade things out.
Yeah, and if I was video game players there, I would just play on site, Don't do that double peek short where, they're sliding in, they might get the timing on you. I think that's what Hype is opting in for. You see a big 1-1 can, and Lage does win it out against Wappa.
Yeah, using that ladder to his advantage, just crawling up, and gonna give Hype a nice 300-point lead here. 30 seconds down on this objective, another push coming through. Silly looking for Naramino here early. Wappa dives deep, but both players winning their 1s, and Hype are looking to make this a clean 2-0.
Yeah, it's a little bit disappointing to see from our NA boys. This is on Dallas. Both of these players get 10 ping, 20 ping, and they're losing it out against players that are getting 60 to 70 ping. It's just kind of disappointing to see. A big 500-point lead. We've seen things like this before, but look, they're not even on site, TJ.
No, site is just completely bare. Silly was playing near dumpster. Now he'll finally fight Naramino and win it out, but gotta be careful. Lage is gonna come in long. Wappa's gonna take a couple bullets of damage, and now he's stuck tucking. Yeah. By the time Naramino gets here, Wappa's just gonna be a free kill. Silly finds his 1, and it's gonna be a FAMAS 1 burst to try and win it out, but Naramino finds him first. And there it is. I mean, that was quick.
That was a disappointing game to watch, in my opinion.
Yeah, the second round was just a blur for Hype. I mean, some of those fights, especially on gate site in 2v2, I mean, it's if you can win 2 or 3 fights on gate, I mean, that match is essentially over. I mean, that goes for all modes, but Naramino and Lage just heavily cleaning up on that second and that third site, and Wappa and Silly going to be sent down to lowers. I mean, first round, I mean, it was pretty competitive near the end there, but again, another strong start, and Hype just ran away with it.
Yeah. I mean, definitely a big upset, the 7 seed.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But taking a look at the bracket, ladies and gentlemen, a couple matches done. Of course, Hype moving on, but also NV taking a spot as the lower bracket Array winning their 2-0 against Bismillah Esports. So they are taken out of the tournament. And they'll move on to play actually against Wappa and Silly. So we'll see if the Array squad is able to take down the veteran Array player and Silly Jap, as we're going to be waiting for the rest of the upper bracket matches. My name is TJ, joined by Asokra. We're going to head to a short break, but when we're back, we'll be continuing to follow these upper bracket teams. We're waiting on Puddle plus Demise versus Envy Official and Pushing 30 versus Laser Pointers. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back.
Yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are live with yet another beautiful game. I know we swapped over the game. Let's take a look at the bracket. Let's see who we're watching right now. We have got Pushing 30 versus Laser Pointers in round one. They started a little late, so we're going to watch this match before we head up to a different match further in the bracket. But we've got Fillaret and Scythe Ames from Laser Pointers. I think the teams are flip-flopped. And then we've got Violet Myers and Young Legend up in this first round. Pushing 30, the full American team, against a half-American Carson and Scythe team. Asokra, what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, my thoughts are, I'm gonna say Young Legend Auto. I just think it's a 2-1, 2-0. I know we've been 0-1, or I've been 0-1 for the prediction so far, but I think this is a team that's, we've seen the magic that Young Legend has done before, and I think, that movement paired with some of the best aimers in NA with Automaton, just can't really beat it. So
yeah, I think they're trying to swap teams for the names to be correct, but yeah, no, I don't know. I know Young Legend and Violet Myers are really good, but again, I think predictions in 2v2s are just it does not matter, because I feel like it's quite literally a coin flip. I feel like Carson is just too good in some of these 1v2 scenarios. I have to go I'll go 2-1. I'll give him a round, but I have to go 2-1 for Laser Pointers here. I hope I'm proved wrong, but I just feel like the way that Carson plays is it's just going to be outclassed.
Yeah. I mean, look at Young Legend already going for a neat setup here. And look at Young Legend just coming in from the heavens. Violet Myers coming in, cleaning it up.
I mean, that'll be the key for Pushing 30 to win here. That is their...
running an interesting AK SMG comp. Young Legend look quite unaware there. Carson just, yeah, you're right, on the 1v2 situations, just like that, wins it out. See a little bit of a group push coming in. Look at Young Legend with the late timing. Can he do it?
Almost.
Old SMG, man. Old SMG.
Yeah. Got to bring back that 100 HP SMG. Just gotta give it a bigger magazine. I don't know what we did to our poor SMG gun, but it's definitely fallen out of meta. But at least here in the 2v2s, it's cool to see it being used by Young Legend. I mean, a proficient LMG. I mean, we've seen him on the AK as well. But when you have a player like Otto, who's just an AK main, I guess you kind of got to give up that class. And also, just knowing Young Legend being a movement guy, I totally understand why he would swap to a gun like SMG.
Yeah, I mean, he likes to use all the machine guns. LMG, SMG, just give him anything. And Scythe AK, big kill there. Carson delaying for the spawn. And look at Scythe AK's angle right now. Carson doesn't even need to peek this.
Oh, and Young Legend doesn't check, but he's so fast, and he's going to win
and
both.
Scythe AK, a huge whiff coming out on Young Legend. Really disappointing to see. And yeah, I mean, look at Young Legend's score right now. He's just dominating. Looks like Young Legend's going to opt for the same spot that Scythe AK's in. Can he do it, though? Can he pull the 1v2? He cannot. And just a very big back and forth from both these teams here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely different from what we saw between Envy and gaming players playing, but or video gamers playing, but so far, yeah, much more back and forth between these two teams. I mean, one fight difference between the objective right now is Pushing 30 is just going to give up this objective, and they're going to go next. Scythe AK is going to find his one. Now both players grouping up through backyard.
And it looks like, yeah.
A little bit early from Scythe there. It's going to be Carson in a 1v2, but he can't win that one out. Automaton.
Yeah, I think that early fight, really disconnected Carson there. We know Carson's good for those 1v2 situations, but...
Oh, look at Young now.
Look what Young Legend's doing.
It would have been really cool if they actually went that way, but unfortunately they didn't. And oh my goodness, Young! Letting that happen is crazy. Just spraying through the wall, and now Otto finds another two. Oh my god! I mean,
what is going on?
You probably have one of the best North American IGLs combined with one of the best movement players, all in one package, and somehow the read is just flawless. Can you do it again? Look at this! Look at not able to.
It always looked so close, but yeah, I mean that is not. I mean, even though like that was super hype. They're still back into it. Laser pointers are back into it. So we will see. I mean, a tied Foresight here coming in. Look at Automaton's angle here. Nasty,
it was such a good angle, but he got timinged. Yeah. He looked away towards long for a half a second, and Carson was able to find the first shots on that FAMAS, and that is just brutal. Young Legend loses all of its movement. Otto's coming in late though.
Yeah, and it feels like they're really disconnected. Carson, I believe, is on a 6 kill streak currently. Just, went from 4th place all the way to 1st right now. Looks like they're going to opt for a market peak here. Can Carson do it again? And he does it again. He's on an 8 kill streak.
8 kill streak. Slimer will be out for round number 2 probably. I wouldn't doubt if he saves that. So far this round looking theirs.
Doing an anti-Z setup, and yeah. I think, laser pointers, they just kind of flipped the switch. We saw them getting spawn trapped. We saw them, their momentum was just, being thrown apart.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a Slimer on his back, I mean, that'll be interesting. I mean, that's something that I would love to see, like, Young Legend have, because just the movement with an SMG and a Slimer, absolutely brutal, but Carson just able to pull that out at any moment. That could be a difference maker. We'll have to see how long he keeps that streak for, if he just uses it off rip for a funny little moment, but... I mean, Pushing 30, they look strong, and it looks like Young Legend swapped over to the FAMAS. I mean, giving up on that SMG just needs more raw firepower, and some of those SMG setups not really working past market sight.
Yeah, and I think it was definitely just, it worked in the first 2 sites where you get a lot of space around the map, and I think after that, it's just, you become predictable. So, we already see Young Legend just, causing up a tear already.
There it is.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like a different Pushing 30 team.
What is that setup? Oh my goodness. Unfortunately, his teammate's going to fall in the back line. Auto falls. Scythe finds the first. But Pushing 30 giving away that objective. High game now as Auto pushes in a little bit early. Young finds the first. Can't dip behind the box in time, but still finds the second. Scythe, another whiff. And Young on 1 HP. Able to stay alive. Auto's on an anti-ramp setup, looking for the flank, but whipping all of his bullets on Scythe, and Young Legend can't clean it up. Not a single shot found from Auto.
Yeah, and I think a lot of nerves coming out from both of these teams, a lot of whiffs. Very uncharacteristic, for NA tourney to see these, whiffs. So,
and B site is going to be in the hands of Carson. Young Legend grouping up with Auto, but he's going to go actually through overpass, over underpass, looking for some damage here as Auto finds the spray, finds the first is Young, and finds the second as well in that FAMAS. And again, still a really tight game, but Young is definitely performing much better here on a stronger class.
Yeah. I believe Young Legend's on a 4 kill streak right now. Can he do it again? He's on a 5. Gets the trades out. But this, I mean, if this isn't a sign to nerf from us, I don't know what is. I mean, so.
And on top of that, just having Young with the movement that he's showing off sometimes, and Auto able to find both. 1 HP, man. It was a 1 versus 1 AK. Both players sitting at just a leg shot worth of health. And Young.
Young Legend's moving right now. He's just styling on them and creating so much space for Automaton to just get that free line peek right there. I mean, that is, if you just saw Side AK right there, he was staring at tree because of how fast Young Legend was. And I mean, they just continue to do it. I mean, this momentum, you can't stop this momentum right now.
No, you can't. And I'm happy to be proved wrong. I love seeing the Americans prosper, but we'll have to see how things work out on gate. This is where the tides can really shift. Young diving in, dead early. Auto only can find one. Scythe left unscathed as the next fight comes through. Laser Pointer's now only down by 200. Young gaining speed. We'll have to see what he's able to come up with here. And he dives over looking for the scaffolding player, but Carson again finds both, and Laser Pointers now only down by 100. Another fight, Asokra, and Laser Pointers are going to be up in this fight, but damage done. It's going to be Auto. Able to find both. The jump peek from Carson is not successful.
Finally stopped the momentum, yeah. And I think the issue there was they were both flying in. Nobody was baiting. Nobody was taking out the space. But now they're opting for this TDM here. Perfect anti-read right there. We saw Carson, building up his movement and market, and Young Legend peeked out at the right time while he's building that speed to get the kill. Opting for a double balcony here. And yeah, they just, instantly.
Oh, and Young, beautiful play. And now there's the type of bleed that pushing 30 needs to send us to a third round, up by 300 on this last objective. Young going in through underpass, speed gain, now lost, dead to Carson. AK1 versus 1, and Automaton able to win it out. For a long time, I mean, Auto's also just having a much better round, Asokra. He started this round, I think, 12 and, I want to say, like, 9 and 15, if I'm not mistaken. He did not have a good first round, but now 24 and 20. Just a complete flip of his performance, and it is just looking much stronger for pushing 30. Although Young pushing it a little bit early, it's going to be a 1 versus 1. Carson, a 1 versus 2, finds both.
And last time Carson was at this point, he got an 8 kill streak, and he's already on the, pacing. Can he do it again? A 4 kill streak? Okay. It's getting close here. If I'm pushing 30, I'm going to be a little bit worried. I'm going to call our pushes. Looks like they're going to opt for the peak in market. They're not getting any points here, TJ.
Auto's all alone, down by 50 still from Laser Pointers, and it's going to come down to the wire. But with that fight being so delayed, Laser Pointers can stack it up and win it all. 10-30 to 10-10. And Laser Pointers move on, pushing 30 down to the lower bracket. I mean, it was such a close game from both rounds, but those fights, I mean, that disconnect from Auto and Young, Auto just getting trapped in Z, and both players playing that anti-market setup just punished him because Young Legend had nothing to shoot at pushing out of underpass.
Yeah, and I think, TJ, I'm 0 for 2 now on my predictions. I might be the curse.
It might be the curse. I mean, I just saw Carson, just the way that he wins those 1v2s. I mean, he's him and Auto, the only players sitting positive in this lobby, and just Carson up by so many more kills. It's just a no-brainer voting for that type of player to keep the games going. But Laser Pointers going to move on, pushing 30, sent down to the lower bracket. As overall, I mean, lower bracket is shaping up to be something nice. We've got pushing 30 versus Island X China, Video Game People Gaming against Array, Envy Official versus 6 Foot, and 5G Wi-Fi against UFD. Eclipse and Bismillah, the first 2 teams eliminated in that losers round 1. And now the losers bracket and round 2 of the upper bracket, both round 2s, looking to move on. As we're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we're back, we'll be back with another round 2 upper bracket matchup, either Envy versus Puddle plus Demise or Hype versus Laser Pointers. Stay tuned. And we are live yet again, ladies and gentlemen. Laser Pointers versus Hive. We just watched Laser Pointers take a nice 2-0 against Push in 30, but now they face an even stronger monster, Asokra. Lage and Naramino, the second seed here in this tournament. I mean, they're looking absolutely disgusting from what we saw earlier. I mean, what's your prediction here?
Look, I think it'll be a close one, but from what I've seen, if Naramino can keep up that performance, I actually think it's just a 2-0 for Hive.
3,
But I honestly
2,
think, keeping that level of
1.
consistency this late is like pretty tough. I'm gonna give it 2-1 for Laser Pointers, man.
Okay.
And that's
all right. I want to agree with you. I mean, I want to stay just on the Carson fan train. I mean, these 1v2s that he's able to commit to on this FAMAS, I think it'll overall just better performance. Naramino, again, just a really strong, solid player, but I'll give it a 2-1 to Laser Pointers.
Yeah. And I mean, look at Naramino right now. He's already frying. I think I might be the curse. I might be the curse. Hopefully I'm not the curse here. I mean, Naramino, another big kill on site AK. And
whoa, Carson! Check his
crazy
PC.
transfer there. Check his PC right now. Can he do it again? And he cannot. But look at the points here, TJ. Both teams are opting to play this TDM style. You put two guys on your site, you can farm up some points. I think Laser Pointers end up, winning out this site. Little 80-point lead here coming into second site, but I had to say it's just a lot of roaming, a lot of fighting around the map.
And Naramino's gonna fall early, and Scythe just supporting on that AK, cleaning up a lot of the damage done by Carson, and Laser Pointers looking to extend that lead. Naramino getting really fast, pushing in, just diving into the objective. AK 1 versus 1, one out by Lage. Naramino spawns on Hive, down by 100. Lage getting aggressive here off site, looking for damage, finds absolutely nothing. Just a little scrape on Carson, and now it's going to be Naramino all alone, and that's going to be a late push out from Lage. He's going to find one, but Carson should get a tuck in back sight and wait for his teammate to group. He's going to spawn long, and he swings out wide. Carson falls early, and Scythe all alone still finds one, tucked by Barrel. Got to be careful. These spawns are going to be rough. Pillaret looking for Naramino. He finds it. Lage still finds Scythe aims off the push out long. I mean, these fights are everywhere.
TDM match.
Yeah,
we're watching a TDM match. I mean, and I think Hive, they've had control of this point for the entire minute, but they
just tied the scoreline.
They just tied the scoreline. I don't want to call out and say looks like Scythe AK was just AFK there a little bit when Lage was roaming in. But finally, I think we'll see some hardpoint play on the third site. A little forces you to be disciplined with the spawns. So it's a big entry coming out, and I mean, yeah, it's Hive. I mean, Naramino and Lage, they're looking good right now on these peaks, on these holds.
Yeah, I mean, Scythe is just not having an amazing game. Currently was almost sitting double neg, and as I say that, okay, all right. Listen, man, I'm sorry. I apologize. He's gonna pick up 2 there on gate. Laser Pointers though still down by about 200. Scythe is just caught out, no speed on his back, and he's just gonna take 3 bullets from Nara. I mean, I don't know what he expected there.
Yeah, and I have to say, Scythe AK has been a little bit too clueless this tourney, but no calling out, and I think Hive, they do win out with the lead here, a good 200-point lead, getting into this fourth site, and this game's very interesting, TJ. It feels very anticlimactic the way these teams have been playing the fights and the rotates. So
I mean, they're going to spot Narrow in backyard. It's going to be on the wrap from Lage. Can he find one here? He won't find anything, but a ton of damage done. Naramino, if he dives this, there's a chance. Scythe still hasn't started his regen yet. There it is.
Looks like they're going to play discipline, wait for the team here.
Tomas 1v1. Narrow finds the kill. Carson falls. Hive still up by 200 with 30 seconds left. That's 15 seconds of full objective, and Scythe needs to find an early kill here. He will. It's going to be on Lage to try and clean things up, but Carson gets the job done instead. Scythe stacks on. Game has not ended yet. Both players need to survive here. It's a split push. Nara's out wide, long, and Fillaret peeks it. Scythe can't find the second frag, only a trade, and that should be the round going the way of Hive.
We're going to talk about these excellent pushes. You put a guy in market, you put a guy long, you just throw their crosshair placement. I mean, just absolute, beautiful team play coming out from Lage and Nara. And I mean, I did say this will be a 2-1 for Laser Pointers, so I still have my hope in. And I really do think the only, Laser Pointers, they got to fix up their comms a little bit. They got to fix up when they're going to TDM. We saw there earlier, like you said, Scythe AK just leaving his entire back exposed, going for that pre-fire mid. So it's very uncharacteristic.
Yeah, I agree. There's just a couple too many mistakes or just weird plays that are not they're not capitalizing on the hardpoint game mode. I mean, there was just too much TDMing going on, especially on that second site. As you said, I mean, we were literally watching a TDM for about 20 seconds on that second objective. And I mean, letting Hype run away with that, and Hype having control for the time being just allowed them to slowly creep up. And then once gate site became theirs, they were just able to shut things down. Fillaret finds one, Lage finds the trade, and Hype starting off with the lead. Now they're playing more stacking.
Now they're playing more stacking, but you know, as you mentioned about like some like the weird offside plays, Scythe AK and Carson, they had the site there for a second, and Scythe AK runs off to backyard while he's 1 HP, full exposed to Naramino. So just a lot of fundamental mistakes that I'm seeing out on the side of laser pointers. You look mechanically, look at the score, leaderboard, TJ. They're all evenly matched. It's not like we're watching a tier 2 team play.
No, I mean, so these are all tournament champions. I mean, we know how these players can play. It's just it comes down to how they're adapting, you know, a 4v4 playstyle with a singular teammate in a 2v2 sense. And so far, Hype, I mean, Naramino just with more experience overall, like way more matches played in tournaments, way more victories in tournaments. He's going to bring that experience. And Lage being, you know, a new gen who's also just consistently winning in these tournaments or just placing high. I mean, it's a recipe for success, and so far in that first round, I mean, we see why. I mean, Carson, again, a lot of pug experience, you know, some tournament experience that just gives him that edge. Also, just being the only American in the lobby, having that better ping advantage and winning out some of these fights more consistently. But at the end of the day, I mean, experience-wise, you have to give it to Naramino, and hopefully those calls alongside, you know, a new gen successor like Lage should give them the edge, and a beautiful 2K from Lage as I say that. And Hype looking to gain the lead right before we head to gate site, and that's not what you need if you're laser pointers.
Yeah, and I mean, it's tied in neck-and-neck game, and I think this is what laser pointers want. So, can they get this hold down? And Lage, it looks like he's solo pushing, but he just gets the pick. And Naramino, big whiff coming out. You know, something very uncharacteristic. We saw the game before, he was 1K above 2 NA players, basically. So, 2 of our best NA players. And just a little bit of a slow start. And I mean, these trades, they're going back and forth, but I think laser pointers are winning it out. Scythe AK is going to go for a TDM here. I don't know how much of a fan I am of this. Can Carson buy him that time? And he does buy him that time.
Barely. I mean, that was just, I don't want to say luck of the draw, but it was a really slow push out of Hype, and it works out for Scythe, you know, being able to get that full wrap, and it looks like he's going to do the same thing again, but Carson finds the one burst on Naramino. Scythe is still roaming around mid, no idea where he is. He's going to find Lage, looking for Naramino as well, standing up on the high box, gets him down to 1 HP, but that gives just so much time for Carson to stack up this objective. Naramino on the low HP, going to have to come in late here with 2 seconds left. Scythe on this flank, finds the first, looking for Naramino as well, but he won't find it.
Yeah, and I think, you know, that much time that's just been bought, I mean, I really don't see it. There could be a world, there always has been a world, but I think with these trades, they just need to get one each time on a push, and they should win it out. So
yeah, I agree. I mean, up by 400, that's 30 seconds. It does not look like it's going to happen. Third round, I mean, Asokra predictions are coming true. You know, we'll at least have a 2-1. Which way will it go? We do not know. I mean, 30 seconds left. The round should end very shortly. Both players stacking up. They cannot afford even a single death, otherwise the round will end. And there it is. The one death comes through. And again, I mean, laser pointers overall, on total kills, 10+. You know, they had a much stronger round 2 than Hype did in round 1. But everything resets here. I mean, there's no room for error in this third round here in the upper bracket. And laser pointers, I mean, looking stronger overall. Scythe, definitely more powerful in round 2, but still, you know, sitting negative.
5, 4.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, knowing the experience that Naramino and Lage have, I believe if they can counter the Scythe AK TDM, they can just end up winning out. I mean, it feels like a big hard carry, even in the past game from Carson. So.
And Scythe is just chasing him down. Now Nara, the dogfight through mid, and Scythe will get his 1, and now Nara pushing alone, finds his first. It's going to be Carson in 1 versus 2, but can only find 1. Lage gets the trade and instantly pushing off site, waiting for the cubby spawn, but it doesn't come through.
Very, very confusing there, you know, just take that extra points, and I mean, Hype just, you know, basically went out a push and got 0 points for winning the push out. So.
And now Lage just gets 2 casually. Laser pointers could have been sitting at a solid 200 points after these fights, but they've chosen to just keep roaming.
Yeah, and it's very disappointing. See, you know, if I'm Naramino and Lage there, I just call for a double peak ramp. You know, you don't have to constantly TDM. You don't need that layer yet. And I mean, as I say that, they keep flooding in, they get these pushes, but I think, yeah, they're finally opting to stack out the last couple seconds of this point. Looks like they're not going to leave early, so this might be, you know, laser pointers could predict the timing of this push coming in. So
Only
and
one
his big
found.
trades coming out. I do have to say, Hive has some really clean pushes, but they need to stack up all the points they can get from these holds because laser pointers pushes. I mean, look at that; it's already coming in, trading it out.
And Nera,
So
an extra burst used on an already dead Scythe, and that's going to allow Carson to clean up that fight. A lead for laser pointers, and a ton of damage done on Nera early. Legion a 1 versus 2 down to half, but he still is able to scrape 1 kill away. Does the kill come through from Scythe? It does. Carson, though, is going to be flanked out here. Should be a clean 2 burst for Nera, and it will turn into 3, but then a 1 burst on Scythe, and the point just completely flopped away. Lage now just spawn trapping, and he finds both. That'll give him time to reset, and it's time for Naramino to soak. He'll actually group up with him now with 10 seconds left. I mean, at this point, it's weird to send somebody. They have to die here. Scythe will find 1.
Yeah,
Scythe will find 2. They're just giving away gate.
Big mistake there coming out from laser pointers. It just felt like Hive was throwing with Lage going for spawn traps instead of stacking the site. But I mean, yeah, a lot of fundamental mistakes coming out from both these two teams. So we'll see how the push looks out. And Scythe thinking just very slow, maybe got 10 damage out of his entire, you know, of that entire push. And we see Lage opting to go for the same team that Scythe thinking did. I'm not much of a fan of this because
Both
yeah,
players
they
off
just
site. I mean,
yeah, it's
if you're gonna play off site, you know, do it like Nera where you're close to get right back on. But Lage is just playing so far ahead of the fights that it's just it's not beneficial.
Yeah.
Especially when it's this close.
The way Scythe AK TDM there, he gave space for Carson to swing out. That's the difference of a good TDM.
Oh,
so,
beautiful from Lage. 2 kills picked up. Oh.
Like a little bit of a server lag.
Yeah, a little bit of Discord lag, I think. I don't know for certain, but
yeah.
Overall, I mean, it's just the back and forth of these two teams that is really deciding this match, and it's the way that both of these teams could be at a very high amount of objective, but the way that they're roaming around the map is not beneficial for either of them, and that's why these matches have come down to quite literally the last fight.
Yeah, and I had to give it out to Carson. Like, this guy's got top OBJ, 49 kills, 7k score. This guy does play the hard point, and that's what I respect. So, you know, maybe it's just a thing that European players like to TDM or like to play off point. So, we will see a lot of neat pushes coming out from laser pointers here. Can they get the 1v2?
Carson wins it out.
Carson in the last 30 seconds, man, he's deadly. Just getting these 2Ks, the 1v2 factor.
Does he buy time for Scythe on this flank, though? Scythe needs to win it, but he can't. Lage at 1 HP. It's going to be one fight. Will determine who moves on in the upper bracket. Filler it through the underpass. Scythe from Market, and it looks like they're going to win it out with 3 seconds left. Laser pointers are going to move on 2-1. Asokra, I'm calling it, man. I'm calling these shots. You might be the curse, dude. You might be the curse.
I might be the curse. I might be the curse.
2-1 for laser pointers. Carson carrying Scythe to a future round. Is Naramino, I mean, just underperforming overall. I mean, it came down to Carson and Lage winning a lot of those 2v1 fights, and Scythe and Naramino trying to be that cleanup. But Naramino, on that FAMAS class, he can't be a player who's cleaning up. He has to be a player taking the aggression fast. And that'll be the decider. Laser pointers going to move on. Let's take a look at the bracket, see how everything else is shaping up, ladies and gentlemen. As laser pointers take the 2-1. Envy took a nice 2-0. Array took a 2-1 against Video Game People Gaming. And they're going to be up against Pushing 30 now. Envy Official taking the 2-0 against 6 Foot Lean. And we're still waiting on 5G Wi-Fi versus UFD. Oh, nope, that just finished up. UFD are going to take that 2-1 against 5G Wi-Fi. So we have our top 8. Envy, Laser Pointers, Puddle and Demise, Hive, Envy Official, UFD, Pushing 30, and Array. We're going to move on, check out the best of 3 of Envy versus Laser Pointers. That should be an interesting match. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are live with the upper bracket semifinals. NV versus Laser Pointers. And we just watched Laser Pointers take a 2-1 over Hype. Naramino and Lage sent down to the lower bracket as NV continuing to claw through. Same with Laser Pointers. I mean, both really strong teams here, Asokra. Fed and Seif versus Carson and Scythe. I mean, who do you have here in this best of three? UG, Industry, or UG, Site, then Industry.
Yeah. I think it'll be a clean 2-0 for Fed and Seif. Just gonna keep it, straight with that. Both these teams opting for the AK FAMAS meta comp. And I mean, the reason why I say this is, in the prior match, they played against, I believe, they played against Demise and Puddle and beat them, so.
Yeah, I mean, Demise and Puddle even lost a round to Ansi and Bowler, so clearly not having the best day in the upper bracket as Laser Pointers starting off strong here. Carson sitting on the objective as they are going to push off and fight around the pillar. Carson looking for something. Fed in a 1-1 against Scythe, and he will win it out. Spawn should come through for his teammate, and Ascending will be able to spawn on. As now it's on to Laser Pointers to make a fight back. Filler at making his way through Temple. Now speeding up, looking for Ascending down a ramp. Finds the first. Fed's going to find a trade, though. Down to 73 HP, and he's spotted out by Scythe, who's running towards the objective. No, trying to dive into Hut, and will find the frag. Ascending's going to be late to the party. But he will find Filleret, now looking for a trade here onto Scythe. Scythe spotted out Hut. Both AK players half HP.
They do secure the point because Fed does spawn early. A big mistake coming out from Fed, a veteran player in this. So, and I mean, one thing to point out, Ascending and Scythe AK are teammates in EU, and Fed and Carson were ex-teammates in NA. So it's kind of interesting to see, they're playing their old teammates. They kind of know what each of them like to do when it comes to tendencies.
Yeah,
so that level of element will come out of play when they're clearing out rat spots, all of that. So
going back to your prediction, I think I have to agree with you here. I mean, NV on paper, just a stronger team, a more fluid team, and we'll have to see how how Undergrowth treats both of these squads. But so far, Laser Pointers are showing up.
Empty. Yeah, nobody's on the site. What is going on right now? They've had control of point for 20 seconds, and they've won 2 pushes, and they didn't capitalize on any of the points. Really disappointing to see, coming out on the side of Laser Pointers, they're still repeating the same mistakes. So,
yeah, I mean, realistically, if they keep making those mistakes, it's not going to work out for them in the long run.
Yeah.
I mean, they know that it worked against Hype, which Hype, also a really strong team, up in par with all, both of these squads that we're watching right now. But still, I mean, you're against a different style of team on a completely different map. And I know Undergrowth is a very small and quick map to work around, but I just don't trust that type of play style when you're against a squad as consistent as NV.
Yeah, and I think, NV is doing a lot to utilize the points right now. We haven't seen Fed, or I mean, Seif is playing rat spots currently, but I wouldn't really count that as TDM. That's just, taking map control, map space. When what Scythe AK is doing, wrapping around the map constantly, he's giving up map control at the same time when he's side hopping around. They're going for a double peak connector here. This is just perfect, good comms.
Yeah.
I mean, this is how you utilize TDM, and I mean, I don't want to tell Scythe AK to take notes here, but I mean, this is what we're trying to, point out the difference. And I mean, can NV do it again?
And it's another beautiful push, and I totally agree with you. The way that he thinks he's cleaning up space on the map, he's leaving gaps that he can't calm to his teammate. No, just because they're not ramped doesn't mean that they're not now in your teammate's face when you need to be in a close rat spot to go help out late, but that's just not happening at NV.
Yeah.
A solid 200-point lead. They are going to give Laser Pointers the chance to start defense on gate site, so it'll really come down to how they're able to control the flow of this first fight, and it will go their way. And this is, less TDMing, and they know that they're down by a ton, and it's kind of like what I don't like about some of these teams is once they reach gate site, that's when their brain says, hey, we need to stop TDMing only because it's gate site. Just because it's a defensive site doesn't mean you need to stick around.
I mean, Scythe AK is still opting to go for the TDM and fighting Seif. Yeah, it looks like Scythe AK still wants to continue being a rat. I mean, they just got the lead back. I mean, if I'm Scythe AK, I'm rushing a point here. Seif trying to capitalize on the timing a little bit too early. And can Fed do this 1v2? And he cannot. And I mean, this is Laser Pointers. It just feels like they locked in. It just feels like they were like, oh yeah, let's have some fun, and now let's lock in. And
it is. I mean,
yeah,
beautiful first round for them. I mean, the TDMing early did not work out, but once they started sitting on that objective consistently, it worked out. I mean, it's lucky for them that gate site is the last site. So anytime you're working back towards a deficit, you have that defensive stronghold to kind of hunker down in. But when you're TDMing around the map that early, when you have control of the objective, you could just take that lead early and run with it instead of having to claw your way back at the end, because that's scary, and it's in some scenarios it's not going to work out.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, we're seeing the double rep coming up from Fed and Seif here. It's just, wait, I don't know what Seif just did there. Why did Seif just leave Fed? And yeah, laser pointer's big hold here. Are they gonna go for connector peak? I think they are. They're gonna go for the double peak connector, and they do play slow for it, and they still. Yeah, I mean, look at Carson, man. This guy
is the
different.
type of TDM that we want to see. That's appropriate.
Yeah, and it looks like SideTK is going for a big gamble here in ramp. He does win out the fight, so it does clean it up. But I mean, look at the points, TJ. They're kind of just, they're owning this round so far. So
yeah, it's
Carson again is going for a peek out. I mean, yeah, this is what we like to see. So SideAK can focus on connector because he knows that Carson's going to take control of roundabout. Going for another double peek connector. They're stacked again. Going for the trades. They do win it a bit too late. They can play for the new site. If I'm Envy here, I go to new right away.
They will.
Just take the points. Yeah, and I mean, this is the correct call, and they get the crossfires there set up early. Laser pointer is caught off guard. So.
And now down by about 150. The push comes through. Both players making their way through mid. Scythe finds the first Fed. A beautiful one burst and transfer onto Scythe to clean it up. Ascending actually gets to spawn on there as well. No funny business with his spawn. And look at them. They're slowing down because they expected somebody to have to rotate out, but he's already sitting on site. They only know that one's on with the score gaining, and Ascending's going to find one. Famas 1 versus 1. Carson wins it despite being on 30 HP, and Fed whiffs his bursts. Ascending coming in late, trying to find Carson. Can't make it happen. Fed in a 1 versus 2 again. Finds the first. Now he's able to find his revenge and Envy control of the objective.
Yeah, I mean, that kill from Carson there was amazing. And I was going to call out SideAK for just slide hopping in circles and not really, entering. He was just, fake entering. But, just a lot of, like we mentioned, with 2v2s being a very random game mode, and you see a lot of these gaps that, you could fill up those gaps with having an LMG or Rev coming out. So both these teams trying out new styles. Laser Pointer's having a really good lead here. If they can do what they did like last round, I think they it's a 2-0 TJ.
Yeah, I mean, NV though was really dominant on Temple. We'll have to see if they're able to repeat that success. So far, it's a no-go, but still plenty of time left here. Carson's all alone, and he'll be taken out, traded away by Fed, as he's going to find another one burst onto Scythe. Seif even gets to spawn right on. And Envy with control. And this is that Fed roam, but it's not going to work out. Seif tries to join him, but he's down to low HP, and Scythe able to find the cleanup. He doesn't take control of the objective, but he's going to just find Fed off spawn, and now Seif going to be the next victim if he can find it, and he will. Scythe another. The objective just being held down by Carson, who's gaining just inching away the lead, leaving Envy.
Carson, I think this 1v2, like, I don't really see the point of going for all those gambles there. I think at a certain point, it's just, okay, I'm going to keep getting these kills, but you're one-stacking site, so what's the point? So, I mean, I'm really disappointed because, like I said again, Laser Pointers had 20 to 30 seconds of that site hold, and Envy is now right back into it.
Yeah, it looks flashy until you take a look at the scoreboard, and you're like, oh man, we're going to be down by 100 after this fight. Scythe finds the first, Fed in a 1 versus 2, traded out by Carson after finding one on Scythe, and the spawns will come through. And now Laser Pointers, I mean, again, it's going to be another scenario of, oh, we got to lock in. And it looks like that's what's about to happen. Ascending, pushing in, finds one early, though. 1 versus 1, Fed versus Scythe, and Scythe just spraying down on the pre-fire. Fed doesn't match that energy. And it's going to be Laser Pointers up by 100, and now both players pushing off Ascending, looking for one, but he's tucked away. Fed finds first, and Fed is able to find the second. NV with control, 20 seconds remaining.
That might be a really big mistake coming out. You just play discipline there. You get the points up, you get the lead, and SideAK big fight. They had to win it out. If I'm Envy here, I
have to dash.
I just play the site. Yeah, I play the site. Definitely, they got to win out this fight, and they get the
will. Laser Pointers take it 2-0, and our prediction are already wrong. I think we're cursed. I think it's just
okay. Yeah.
Whatever. It doesn't matter. Laser Pointers are going to take the first map 2-0.
You know what? I'm gonna just keep doubting them so I can see SideAK finally win a tourney.
You know what? There you go. There you go. I mean, if it's the curse that works out for these guys, I mean, shoot. Ascending and Fed both sitting negative, and Carson and Scythe both sitting positive. Overall, I mean, you can see how evident the Scythe roam is, because Carson has 1,000 objectives. Scythe doesn't even scrape past 800. So overall, I mean, the dynamic works out at the very last moment. But NV, I mean, they have to figure out the early game, because if Laser Pointers are continuing to lock in near the end of the game, NV is going to get ran over if they can't, find a footing early in the match.
Yeah, and I think, going into the next map site, what do you think about that site map, TJ?
Think about site. I mean, it's it's definitely, I feel like it's a map where roaming will have less of an effect for Scythe, just because there's that mid having a both upper and a lower and doors. I think the way that he TDMs will have to change, because I feel like the spawns are less predictable on site. I feel like there's less pathing that he can take that will give him a successful frag for Carson to continue to stack. So I want to say that he'll have to take a slower approach.
Yeah. It looks like we have the link here ready, and
It'll be on Envy to try and bring themselves back into this. Laser pointers are just on a run.
yeah, I mean, getting a lot of good practice, you could say, from those early group stage matches, ironing out their comps. With this format, you get extra matches and you get more time to practice if you're a better team. You won't be playing, the 40th seed or the 35th seed, and you're just playing a pub at that point. You're getting the time to practice, and that is the pros and cons of this. Now, TJ, you think we see a 3-round map here, or you think it'll be another 2-0 on the side of laser pointers?
I honestly, I want to say Envy can at least take a round here. I feel like Scythe's playstyle, I don't think it works out on site. I think there's just, it's too big of a map with some of its rat spots that roaming won't give him what he needs. As Fed's going to start off strong here on this site, and Scythe already taking an approach towards mid, going to fight Seif, and Seif's going to win that one away, but now Carson taking his chance, and Fed's going to push off Scythe to thirst that kill. Scythe is pushing up a little bit
Fed
late.
Goes back on a site. That's the correct play to do there. Fed doesn't, keep gambling or trying to go for site. I think see a little bit of a misplay there from Seif. Just play the crossfires in that first site, get the points. Looks like laser pointers have the hold now. So I think going for a push out. LMG tendencies. Fed. I mean, Fed's on a roll right now, double the score of everyone else. I know the match has just started, but we've seen Fed on site. He's a menace when it comes to this map. So,
yeah, I love seeing site played a ton more. I think it's one of the most fun maps to watch. Having two kind of semi-gate sites near the end just really kind of gives that suspense where one team can run away with it in a minute and a half or so. As Carson's going to find one kill off, he's going to make his way through doors, and I don't think he'll be spotted by Fed, so he'll have time to get back to site. Now both players sitting on for laser pointers as Ascending pushes on, finds one, looking for the second site. This 1 HP. Fed also taken down to a very low amount of health, but he will survive as Envy looking to extend that lead. Scythe making his way down mid alongside Carson as he's going to push fast through tree. Carson a little bit too slow there, and you cannot split push here on this objective, Asokra. Like, you can't have one fast and one slow. There's too many angles to clear out. Playing back in the garage, playing the rat spot off site, playing on the double stack, or even just the one even just sitting at bricks. I mean, you cannot expect your teammate to clutch a 1v2 when there's just so many angles to hide behind here on this second objective.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of just, you fly in, you're not clearing angles, and there's playing into that same system. So
now both players are just frozen. Huh? Yeah. Oh my, okay. They had a little bit of fun there. Fed is gonna clean up that kill near the end. I think both players wanted to die to go next. I'm realizing it now. Yeah. Both players wanted to die to go next, and neither of them wanted to give up that kill. And it ends up going in Envy's favor, but now laser pointers control the objective after the first fight.
Yeah, and I mean, you might be right. I mean, look at Envy's points right now. As I say, that laser pointers get it out. And if there's a team that can bring back a comeback, I think it's laser pointers. We saw it last time in the match against Hive. So I think, I wouldn't say he's getting too predictable, but he is always pushing out. And if I'm Envy here, I just say, hey, let's wait a couple seconds, and Scythe AK will be in our crosshair. So, yeah, it looks like again, Fed just waited. Scythe AK jumps on top of a box and just, gives, just hands him that kill. So
right now, Envy has 30 seconds of a lead and needs to be cut down here. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be hard for laser pointers to come back in this objective on this last site, as Carson's already sitting on, but he needs his teammate to group up with him, and it needs to be strong. Scythe is going to get away without C finding any damage. It's Fed now pushing in. Can't find the frag either, and laser pointers now only down by 200. If they win this next fight, it'll be a tie game.
And they want to keep it clean. They don't have a spawn to get on top of site yet, so they want to get this. Can Carson do it? And Carson does it perfect. And there is a spawn. Never mind. But now, just learn some new things every day. But Fed, they're playing very disciplined. Fed, a lot of damage down on Fed, and big, and yeah, laser pointers, they're doing it. They're bringing it back. It feels like they just have magic today with these comebacks.
Oh, they
So,
spot Scythe going off
yeah.
site, and he will be taken out, and that will be NV taking control of the objective.
Yeah, and I
15
think
seconds left.
And a mistake there from Scythe AK, just did not get the timing there at all.
Oh, he spots
So-
Fed super early, though, and Seif is going to fall. Laser pointers. Do
That
they
will
take
be
it at the
it.
last moment? First round is going to go their way. Fed can't make it in time. NV had such a solid lead, and they throw it away in the last minute.
Yeah, and I mean, if I'm Envy, I'm just thinking, okay, we did really good on that first site, second site. It's just towards that fourth site, we gotta rotate new. We gotta play, we gotta play up. We gotta fix our pushes, all of that. I think what was, being caught off guard was, Scythe AK wasn't doing the usual push outs. And I know we mentioned that, hey, if you wait a couple seconds, Scythe AK will just push out into you. But Scythe AK wasn't doing that. It's like he heard us from the stream. So it's very interesting to see that, they change up that dynamic of their holds. So, which, ends up throwing them for a loop. So
Yeah, now NV in early control of the point. Scythe makes his way around Broken Wall, finds Fed, and Carson finds Ascending. Both AKs and FAMASAs fighting the opposite class in this 2 versus 2 as Laser Pointers now with control and both players sitting on, looking to take an early lead. They don't want to have to claw back for a full minute like they did last round, and it looks like they're trying to start off strong. Carson and Scythe both sitting on site. Not pushing off, though, and both in the back corner is definitely not exactly what you want to do, but somehow it works.
And it looks like they've learned from their mistakes. Yeah, play the holes, play together. Now they're getting 200, 300 points from the site lead, which is way better than what they were getting off before. So already a good start. Enemy's already on the back foot. They're forced to stack now to, get this lead up.
Oh, and a beautiful push yet again. 5 seconds left. They're not going to take the 400-point lead, or the 300-point lead. They are just going to go towards the next objective. And Scythe running towards door is spotted out by Fed, but he's just a distraction for Carson.
And it's the same thing we mentioned with Young Legend and Otto that past game. He's just creating space so Carson can get the peeks out, just like Scythe AK is doing. So, really good to see. And I mean, this team play coming out is clean on the side of Laser Pointers. They are looking on fire right now with their peaks, with their timings. And Envy, it looks like they're a bit too slow. So, yeah. And again, I mean, these 1v1s, they're just not going in the favor of Envy. And I mean, this is a disappointing way to lose this map. You had the lead in the first round, just having slow starts right now. So finally win it out, but I mean, TJ, this is a big hurdle, and they, Laser Pointers have already shown that they can have an amazing fourth and third site. So
yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, it looks like they're going to give up, all this time as well. Laser Pointers is going to soak up past 800. I mean, this is a 45-second lead with only 2 minutes left to go. And that's, that's both players sitting on the objective. That's going to be so hard for them to do here. As the first push comes through,
Yeah.
Fed finds one. Scythe, the transfer, can't make it happen. Ascending, able to stay alive and sticks his foot down on this objective. NV looking to claw their way back, but Fed is caught on the roam. He might fall here, and he will.
They play slow for it, and then they opt for the double peek now. Excellent play from Laser Pointers. Looks like Scythe AK is not going to opt for it and catches Fed to set off guard. Exactly, but nobody has control of the site, so Laser Pointers isn't really gaining too much from this, except the kills, except the confidence that they can get. Fed needs to get this, and Fed does get it, and yeah, they finally get a hold, but they're still down 450 points, just, so much space created by the Scythe AK TDMs. So
yeah, I mean, there's still 30 seconds of objective between these two teams now, closer down to about 20. Yeah. But that's still a third of the last objective that you need to hold and leave it, completely unscathed. Fed is going to make his way over to the objective. NV has control, but they have to be careful with this Laser Pointers push.
And will they be able to hold this fourth site? That's what we need to see. And it looks like
won't.
They just can't.
Laser Pointers is going to take this one away yet again. 300-point difference. And Scythe is going to group up. Carson and Scythe playing off of each other. A beautiful crossfire. Fed pushes in early. Couple bursts swift, though, but he's able to clutch up. Him and Ascending doing excellent job with that damage. 35 seconds left for these teams to push in. As Fillaret pushing in through underpass. It's going to be split. One player sitting up on the high ground. An early kill from Fillaret, but Ascending finds both on the high ground. Fed's going to be able to respawn.
Yeah. When they need him most. At the bottom frag currently, big 2K coming out from Seif. So
Carson in 1 versus 2.
He's still doing it. He's still doing it.
It's going to be a 1-fight difference. 990 to 890. Envy needs to win this one away with 10 seconds left. Both players diving in, looking for setting up high ground first. Fed able to stay alive. Envy are going to win this one away. Is it overtime? No, they'll both get on in time. And it's a 1-1 round here on site.
Yeah, and I think maybe it's just that fourth site just being unpushable, but I would have to say, laser pointers did not commit to the same setups that were winning them on that fourth site before. Maybe because they thought that they got read out or anything, but that crossfire that you mentioned, TJ, they just decided to swing out, and I think, you're playing against some of the best mechanical players in the world currently. I feel
5,
like, just swinging
4,
out at that timing,
3,
you have to win those
2,
fights instead of playing the team
1.
play. So,
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, you just got to kind of put your foot down, and that extra little objective of staying on could have been the difference between possibly triggering an overtime. But instead, you're stuck here playing a third round when you could have been solidifying a spot in the finals. Instead, Ascending's going to start off strong.
Yeah.
Now NV with control of the objective. Scythe is going to find 2 here. I mean, but all 4 players are just having an extremely insane game. Fed with 36, Carson and Scythe both with 31, Ascending with 25. I mean, there is not a moment where any of these players are really missing their shots. Only once in a blue moon. But those blue moons, Asokra, that is what's going to decide this third round.
Yeah, and I had to agree with you. I mean, it's every point matters, and that's what we've been seeing in this tournament with how close these games have been.
Look how slow this push is from NV. It's not going to work out. I mean, they're playing separate angles, both looking for different ones, and when they take them, laser pointers just have the corners to work around. And now Scythe pushing in late, AK1 versus 1. Seif has no idea he's behind him. Carson's able to delay that spawn just enough. And laser pointers now with control, up by 400. This is something you cannot sell. Carson, beautiful one burst. Make it a double onto Fed. And laser pointers back on the objective. This is clinical.
They haven't hit triple digits. They haven't even hit triple digits, TJ. I mean, this is disappointing to see. And I know they can do comebacks, and I know they did it last time, but this is too much to ask for. I mean, now, Scythe AK is opting to play for the right angle, which is what I like, playing the crossfires. Looks like they didn't give him enough space there, and yeah.
I think they both dove back into that garage, and his line of sight was just completely out of it. Fed's going to fall early, though, playing back in the garage, and now it's going to be up to Seif. Can't make it happen. Laser pointers up by 500 points. I mean, this is just brutal to have only 2 minutes to come back from this. I mean, we saw it last round. I don't think it was as strong of a difference as this. I mean, this is plus 600. This isn't just 400. This is 600 points between these two teams, and Envy only have one person on site right now. They'll finally double up. The push from underpass comes through. Fed swings out wide, finds the first. It's going to be Ascending versus Fillaret, and Ascending able to make it happen.
Yeah, and I mean a quiet game from Ascending, and I know he's very controversial player from Envy, banned potentially for cheating at some point, and then just having this bad game. Has been working his reputation back up, and yeah, I think just a very slow performance from him, and it's kind of costing them on this third round.
Oh my goodness, Scythe! I mean, that was movement and aim. I mean, a combined unstoppable force. Laser pointers still up by 500. And Asokra, a minute left or so, and they're down by about 30 seconds of objective. I mean, they need to spend every single second they have on this objective. Scythe doesn't look like he's going to be able to take them off. Ascending's going to find a nice kill. If Carson already setting up on next.
He made a big mistake there, taking that peek out. He leaves Fillaret alone on site.
It's going to be a 1v1. Yeah. He knows where Fed is, but Fed wins it out on 2 HP.
I believe Fillaret's already on the... Okay, so a big back and forth here. A lot of flooding coming out. So I think he has to win this. He does win it, so he does secure the site. And I mean, TJ, I gotta say it. It's over.
And I think that's a mistake from Fed. I mean, he didn't... Instead of choosing the thirst, I feel like he had to keep it up and just pray to win out a 1v2. In that scenario, you have to take every fight you can and get the objective, and he takes too long, and that gives laser pointers the 2-0, 2-1, and overall, that's going to be a nice 2-0 between Industry, or sorry, we're not going to see Industry, between Undergrowth and Scythe. Laser pointers moving on to the finals. Carson and Scythe, I mean, they're just having... They had an insane game on site after that first round loss.
Yeah, he listened to us. He heard us, talking trash a little bit about his TDM. So that's great to see, of course.
Yeah, no, that is a absolutely, dominant performance. They're going to take a grand finals spot. And now we're going to be waiting a little bit on the lower bracket. UFD has been taking a huge dark horse run. Who is on UFD? Who is UFD? That is Carter and Shadowstorm taking an insane lower bracket run, looking to secure a potential top 3 spot currently. I mean, they're currently sitting in the top 4. Do they make it top 5 is the question. We're waiting on the Puddle Demise and pushing 30 match to end. and they'll be our next match to watch. But ladies and gentlemen, until then, I'll drop a few KR codes for y'all in the chat, but we're going to take a quick break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are live with
Four,
the lower
three,
round 5. We have Puddle
1.
and Demise versus Shadowstorm and Carter. Hive taking a forfeit down in the lower bracket, so we have the 11 seed UFD playing against Puddle and Demise here in the lower bracket. Winner of this claims a top 3 spot. Loser of this goes home with no cash. Carter starting off strong on the objective, though. Looks like the teams are unfortunately flip-flopped. So UFD is Cartina and Shadowstorm. Puddle and Demise, obviously, you know, Puddle and Demise. So take that as you will. Demise will spawn on site. Puddle looking to take a far reach out. He'll find one on Carter. It's going to be a 1 versus 1 against Demise. And this is an interesting comp. Here we have Rev Semi for Demise and Puddle.
Yeah. And this is what they used back in the day playing against, we watched the old Roadman 2v2 tourneys and you watch the old Neslo videos. This was the ideal comp back in the day. And it's kind of interesting to see that, Semi's been nerfed to the ground, Rev has been nerfed to the ground, but there is some positive, and I mean, Demise just gets a knife kill on Carter there. To Puddle and Demise, this might just be a troll game, just, playing with their food. So
this is just a best of 1. So, I mean, it's going to come down to just 12 minutes of gameplay here. Demise has already made his way towards the sidewall. Shadow's playing off-site. Puddle is playing this really slow, but he spotted out early. Demise finds one. Still playing behind the walls near a tree. Hasn't swung out yet on Carter. I mean, this is just a ton of time taken away, but Demise will win it. Puddle finds some damage, and Demise is able to clean up. Carter spawns far away. Puddle will spawn on, and Puddle and Demise looking to claw their way back. Still down by about 100 points.
Yeah, and I mean, even though Puddle and Demise are trolling in this with the comp, you could say, it is still close. I mean, a lot of TDMing. Puddle's just, runs into Shadowstorm there. So, yeah, it's a very anticlimactic map, you could say. I mean, it's similar to what we watched with the Site AK games, a lot
Another
of TDM,
knife from Demise. I mean, they're just having some fun here. I mean, if they win this out, it would be them going the distance.
Yeah, I mean, this is a best of 1 though. You want to be careful. You don't want to take these things. Yeah.
You gotta take this. You gotta take this seriously. I mean, money's on the line here. At least placing top 3 gives you a little bit of cash after playing for 3.5 hours. So.
Yeah. So.
I mean, roaming around, they just gave Shadowstorm the objective. They're looking for Carter here, and they will find it. Shadowstorm's just sitting alone on backside. Demise spots him out, but no damage done. Puddle's already half HP, and he'll be taken down. Shadow takes a headshot to the dome, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny though. Yeah. I didn't realize the teams were flipped though, but yeah, UFD. I mean, they are on the back foot still, down 200 points.
They're also just full roaming around the site instead of playing on it. So I really don't know what else to say about their ability. I mean, we know they're the better team. It's just how they choose to play, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, they are choosing to go for this, very TDM heavy. I mean, I want to see if they'll finally lock in on this next round.
It looks like they will. At least Demise is coming to the objective, but he's going to be in a 1 versus 2 now. He can't even find Carter. He finds the first. Oh, takes Carter down to 1 HP. Shadow's going to spawn on. Puddle has to be careful to not push in too early now. And he won't even find damage onto Shadow. Demise in a 1 versus 2, and not going to be able to win that out with just 1 magazine without any help from a Rev. And it's interesting. Interesting play. I'm not going to lie. Not what I would expect to see out of these guys.
Yeah, it looks like UFD does take the first round here. I mean, this is an upset and a half, so I mean, it looks like, let's see if there will be any comp switches coming out on the side of Puddle and Demise, and it looks like they're going to still stick with the Semi and Rev. So, I mean,
they have more. They have Demise has 15 kills.
5, 4.
It's really just if they choose to get on the objective. I mean, I'm not sure why you would make it this far to throw against Shadow and Carter, but it's definitely maybe giving themselves the round deficit just for fun, make things interesting, I guess. But we'll see how things play out here. Demise is going to spawn down near B site, but he will be able to make his way on. And this is definitely different.
Going for the stack now. Yeah, they're going for the stack now. So Puddle does not win it out, get any kills. So definitely does feel like Demise is on the back foot here. So big fight that Puddle does win out here. And I mean the trade, it's already a different Puddle and Demise team, even if they're playing these troll comps. Look at the OBJ. So
I mean, Puddle's in a 1 versus 2, has to land a headshot there, but can't. I mean, yeah, I definitely think putting yourself at a deficit playing Semi and Rev is interesting. I mean, Puddle has a chance to find that dome of Cartina, and he will. And with 10 seconds left, I mean, UFD should, or sorry, Puddle and Demise should be able to, you know, bring themselves past 300, but he will move towards next instead. Demise is going to find the frag needed, but Shadowstorm 1 HP on hold. So Demise was waiting for the peek, but it never came through. Puddle spawns off, able to find Carter. Now looking for Shadowstorm as well, but he'll find enough damage. Should help Demise in the next fight, but Puddle actually just spawn on, so, you know, a good reset there from Puddle and Demise.
Left side, yeah. Well, I mean, they do have the lead here. I mean, and now we can kind of see this comp kind of playing out. Like, look at the long range angles here. They're going to do so much damage with any bullet they shoot just because of the stronger weapons. So. And
Demise finds his one. Now Puddle has to do the same, and he won't. Carter taken down to 30.
That is just a downside a little bit of running that rev. You can't. It's pretty tough.
Cannot miss a shot.
AK-1v1. Yeah. So.
And that's where you need Demise to come through and find the first, or at least find any lick of damage for Puddle to, put a headshot in to clean it up. But again, yeah, missing one bullet is just it's going to really hurt you when you're playing a class like Rev. They're gonna find Carter here. They're gonna find Shadow as well.
Clear from Demise, yeah.
They do just give them the next objective, and they're not even gonna use those extra few seconds to soak. They're gonna find the first kill.
Yeah.
And Carter's just gonna reset. So they do win out. They win out the objective for now.
Yeah, I mean, holding. Oh my God, look at the scoreboard right now, TJ. Look at Demise's frags with the semi.
Yeah, I mean, he just continues to fry up. He's going to find another. Shadow's making his way towards upper. He was going to go lower, but after knowing Demise's position, he resets. But you do not want to peek into this guy. Do not peek him. He's going to fry you. And that's exactly what we see happening. Yeah. Shadow and Carter pushing up from the high ground. Puddle finds the first shot needed. Does Demise clean up? No. Shadow with a nice double on the FAMAS. And Carter now grouped up. Puddle and
big 2K. Shadow was just on like 0.1 HP there. So look at this spot, TJ.
Yeah,
hiding. I mean,
that's a play you do when there's 3 or 4 seconds left and you want to die to go next. Not something you do when there's a whole 15 seconds left in your push. I mean, that's just an interesting way. Shadowstorm misses 2 bursts and Puddle left unscathed, and Demise will clean up.
I mean, Demise is just running around. I'm spectating him currently, and he just looks like he's playing a pub right now. It's a 2v2 hardpoint in his public match. And he's just having some fun with semi, so
they're just leaving the site empty. I mean, they do have a nice little cushion of about 200-300 points, so they can kind of play with their food a little. But I mean, if they keep this up, it's going to be a nice tie game, and we'll head to a third round. I mean, this is where I don't mind them fooling around when you're up 400, but you can't do that stuff the entire first round because it's not going to work out for you. And there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's very funny to see because that first round you could be like, oh my God, crazy upset coming out from Carter and Shadow, but I mean, they're playing Rev and Semi and they're just running around the map. I mean, this is, it's a bit of a joke to watch. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane to kind of see the level of skill where you have a player like Demise who, even on an off class in an off class tourney, can still top frag the lobby, dropping 36 kills in only 2 rounds, and now he's looking for more. I mean, like, he has a third round to build up these stats. And he's going to knife Carter while taking 0 damage. Like, you can't let that happen.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, it's unacceptable. He has 10 less HP than you, and I mean, yeah, it looks like Shadowstorm is opting in for the Rev. I don't think Shadowstorm's Rev is enough. I think it's even worse because, knowing from pickups and knowing from the past tournaments, this guy is only good on FAMAS, and I think opting in for the Rev is just a bit of a mistake. I think it is to counter, and maybe it might be a tilt pick to counter out the semi from Demise.
Yeah, so, but I mean, again, people talk about how, FAMAS still kind of counters semi in some landscapes, but Rev, it does a better job, but again, you cannot miss any shots, and if he misses a single one, Demise is going to be able to win those just that.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow was ahead of Demise there. It looks like he just full whiffed. I mean, definitely do see. I mean, look at the OBJ right now, TJ.
Yeah.
This is a joke.
This is a... I mean, they're just not touching the objective. I'm not sure what exactly they plan to do here or what type of game is being played. But yeah, no, they're just completely removing any chance of the other team touching. And it's another knife from Demise. Like, you can't let that happen. Carter's going to actually spawn on now. I mean... I'm wondering if they're at least going to try and keep a tie score line. You gotta do something here.
I mean, it looks like they're still
I'm confused for a top 4 match.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I mean, you win this match, you guarantee earnings. You're guaranteed earnings, and this could be, this is big. Like Shadowstorm finally getting earnings. It's, it's a huge accomplishment for him, and it's, Carter. He's been here before. It's always, been placing out in these tourneys, so yeah.
Now they're actually taking the fight on site, and maybe they'll soak up. Nope, getting right off the objective. Okay,
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. I'm not really a fan of this. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of
it's
kind of
a bit
disappointing.
disrespectful.
Yeah,
It's a bit disrespectful too. Like, yeah, I mean, Puddle just instantly runs out. Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of it. I don't like I don't like it at all. I think it's disrespectful. It's disappointing. It's not, what the game is. Demise is going to get on the objective now. Maybe this is where they start to come back and lock in, but I don't like how they're messing around with it, and it's just not exactly what I want to see. Shadow's taking down a 1 HP. Puddle finds the frag.
It's just interesting to see because as soon as they play properly, they just win out. Like currently they're playing side holds, and like now look at their setups and everything. So I mean, yeah.
I mean, now they're just risking chances of placing top 3 here. I mean, they need to get these players off site. And Demise had a Slimer. I mean, like, you're down by 300, but you have a Slimer because you're just messing around. I mean, Puddle's going to get a little bit of this objective back here, but not nearly as much as they need if they want to move on. I mean, it is a best of 1. They need to win out here.
I mean, this is for $10 here. I mean, come on, just lock in for just 50 more seconds. You get $10. Bro's Shadow Storm's also running around now. I mean, who does Bro think he is? Like, I mean,
it's looking like there's going to be a top 3 place here from Shadow and Carter. It's definitely not expected here. I'm wondering if Demise will get on, and if there's any chance to bring it back, it's now. I mean, the kill diff is insane. I mean, it's 87 to 62, but they're going to lose the game. And Carter and Shadow are going to place top 3.
And in a crazy comeback, I guess. I mean, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, the fact that this is for a top 3 spot and for earnings is just disrespectful. It's crazy. I'm not a fan, but you make it this far. I guess do what you want if you don't want to win. I mean, it's just crazy because they are absolutely dominating. I mean, Demise dropped 50 in a 2v2. Some people don't even drop 50 in a 4v4, and I mean, it's just insane. Bringing it to 3 rounds as well. I mean, what can you do? We'll take a look at the bracket now, but
yeah, looks like we'll see the match of Envy versus UFD. We'll be watching the same team, and I think,
yeah, I mean, this I'm not sure what to really say here. It's definitely it's interesting, but we'll be watching the best of 3 next. Envy versus UFD. But yeah, I mean that's all for this match, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna head to a short break. Best of 3 up next for the lower bracket. Stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are live with the lower bracket finals. NV versus UFD. We just saw UFD take an interesting 2-1 against Puddle and Demise, and NV earlier losing against Laser Pointers 0-2 in the best of 3. And now another best of 3 up for a top 2 spot here, and a way to make their way back up to the upper bracket for the grand finals. Asokra, I mean, we kind of talked about our predictions beforehand. I definitely see a pretty nice and easy 2-0 for NV here.
Yeah, I see a pretty easy 2-0 for NV. Maybe a 2-1, just, depending on if they got the confidence or any momentum off of that. So we'll see. And I mean, yeah, big double kill there. But they are taking down a pretty low HP, so there is some, reading the strats. Fed and Carter, teammates for the 44 tournaments as always. And I think Seif opting to play for backyard here. And he does get taken out by Shadow Storm, so they are winning out individual fights here and getting trades potentially. So
yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, it's currently UFD, slight lead, ascending, gaining speed backyard. Definitely spotted as the Free Fire comes through, but it's going to be the movement from Seif to push him through to the other side of that fight, and he will take out both players. 5 kills to 4 so far. Envy a slight lead in the kills, but still sitting behind in the objective department as they need to spend a little bit more time on that objective. Shadowstorm's going to make his way up towards ramp. Fed fighting early and ascending, trying to hold Z, but nobody's there. He's going to find first. Shadow able to find the trade yet again, taking down to 61 HP, but regenerating as now second point opening up. And again, this score difference, not too much. I mean, just a very roamy first fight, first objective for both of these squads.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of flying around and such. And I mean, it's surprising UFD has the lead right now. I mean, TJ, this is shocking a little bit. And I mean, they get the double peek down on, in elbow, and I mean, Carter just does not win it out. Good delaying there from Seif. But they, one problem that you can always make for these lower tier teams is getting the trades and not being able to get 1v2'd. I mean, if you look at Carter's mechanics versus Seif and Fed, I mean, obviously, players can, make that choice early on, but based on the team play, I mean, that setup was clean from a UFD there.
Yeah, and I mean, they're going to have another offside setup.
We're looking at a competitive game, yeah. He's not opting to peek for elbow, he's letting Shadow work up, and unfortunately, Fed does catch him off guard, but I mean, this is looking competitive, TJ.
Yeah,
Enemy is down 200.
They're going to be able to close this up to about a 100-point gap after the objective phase. Looks like it'll be 280 or 280 to 440. So again, that's only about 15 seconds worth of objectives, so it's all doable for these boys as push comes through, but it will be shut down very quickly. Shadow and Carter both surviving.
And the double crossfires there, and Shadow opting to go for a TDM to regen his HP. Really good. Can he catch Fed down and marking? He does catch out Fed. And he opts to go for the jump over and get Seif. Excellent play. But Fed does get the respawn, and can Carter win this out? Carter does win it out.
Now it's a fun fest.
I was very surprised to see Shadow jump over there. That was very clean. And Shadow down in mid again. And just both players getting taken out. Big whiff coming out from Shadow there on Fed.
I mean, if both players were to stay on here, I'm surprised. Ascending is just pushing off and does not have the timing. He does not have the timing to make that push.
And I hope we are not seeing a mirror of last game where teams are just like, what is Seif doing there? Seif just wait for Fed. I mean,
is this just nerves against a player like Shadowstorm? I mean, I would be,
why would you be nervous?
I don't know. I mean, it's like we can't let this guy make top 2. But I don't know. I mean, there's 3 maps in play. Seif is losing his 1v1s against Carter. I know Carter, again, a very decorated player.
Yeah.
But this match should be clean in favor of NV here.
Yeah, there should be a clean in favor. I mean, this is a huge upset. I mean, Seif's just losing out every gunfight against Carter. I mean, we see Fed getting these 2Ks, but Shadow has 18 kills, and I mean, that was decisive. If you look at the setups on that second site, and you look at the setups on third site, they had good reads, and they played properly. I didn't see much mistakes from UFD in many points. Shadow was 1 HP, so he chose to roam and get his HP back up, and then he jumps over market stall and gets a kill. It literally looks right now, the only reason Envy has some points is because of some heroics from Fed to Zed.
Yeah, I mean, they gotta start just getting on this objective. I'm not sure what the problem is of these players. It's like they're allergic to it. And Fed's gonna be taken down to 1 HP off rip, and Seif is all alone. Yeah. It works out somehow. Somehow it works. Yeah. We'll see if NV can actually stay on the objective, because it just feels like they don't want to. Now Ascending is left all alone, and Fed is going to be left now in a different 1v1.
Yeah.
Somehow he's going to win again. You talk about those heroics. I'm just
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of how
Yeah.
these players are kind of working on these on these pushes.
Yeah, and I think, you know, like what's a saving grace for Envy right now is their amazing mechanics. We can definitely, you know, the point is there to be made that UFD does not have the same level of mechanics. And Shadow is going for a TDM here, a little bit disrespectful, you know, peeking into two players such as that. And Carter a big 2K. I mean, you look at Carter's OBJ right now, he is stacking the point. He is a hard point player, and that's what I respect. So as we head on to the second site here, can Fed get the timing on Shadow? Fed does get the timing. They do get the hold. This is probably what they need. They need to win this out. They need to get some holds here. They are drawn to low HP here, so
And now it's going to be an AK-1v1. Seif swings out wide. Carter's going to get the frag. UFD controlled the objective and now going to have control of the lead. Fed pushing in from long. Spots out a player, but taken out early. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna try and, you know, distract, you gotta at least let your other player get up a little bit closer.
Yeah.
But there's just no time, and he's gaining speed, and he loses it all. Now Ascending's the player diving in way too early, and Fed's nowhere to help him out.
Yeah, I mean, Fed, it might be another heroics from Fed, and it looks like it is. So, but you look at the setups from UFD, you know, if they are getting some of these kills, this is just clean. So, yeah.
And there it is. Envy will take control of the objective for now. Fed is still long, Ascending stuck all alone on site, but Carter just kind of ducking away and trying to gain objective of his own as Shadow pushes in alone. Has to win the 1v2, but can. Ascending will keep himself alive. With 2 seconds left, Envy, they have a lead. They need to figure out what they can do here on this objective.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a beautiful opening fight.
And finally, you know, just, you know, good pushes. You're in together just like that. And that's what we need to see from Envy. Just, you know, be locked in. Fed, I mean, opting in to go for a peek out middle, and he's just, okay.
He's caught in no man's land.
I think you just, you know, play the hard point there. And I think what happened was Seif, you know, Seif's angles just weren't covered. So, looks like they're going to opt for the double right side here. And, I mean, the pushes are really clean from the side of Envy. So they just need to get these holds down. I think they'll be good. So...
Another push comes through. Shadow's 1 HP. Fed in a 1 versus 2, but Shadow cleans up.
And they're keeping it competitive. They're keeping it competitive here. And, I mean, they're opting to, you know, very early push from Seif. What is going on the side of NV?
I mean, those are mistakes that those can be reconciled in a 4v4, but in a 2v2, you know, your teammate, you know, all other support, if they're even a half a second behind you, you're screwed. You know, in a 4v4, you know, it can come in a wave, but you cannot do that in a 2v2. It needs to be precise and together.
They're going to opt for a market peek and Shadow a big 2k there. Carter delaying just in time. Really good anti setup there. You send Carter in market, do some damage. Shadow slow peeks from Z to counter that market push. Really good call there on the side of UFD. And I mean, they isolated Fed here. So, can Fed does it, and Fed does it again. So...
Control the objective, down by 40. Shadow's going under, pass a little bit early. Will be taken out. Now Carter in a 1 versus 2. Looking for the damage done, but cannot clean it up. And Ascending stays alive in time. Shadow making his way up through market. Looking for damage. A ton of damage done. Can they find the clean? They will. NV down by 40. And with that timing, they're going to have to just mad dash to the point. They cannot gain speed. They just need to full on and get a kill. And Fed can't do it. Neither can Ascending. And UFD take map number 1.
Yeah, I don't know what we're watching, TJ, but this timeline is...
This is just the new gen. I mean, Shadowstorm might be the GOAT. I don't know what to say. I mean, both him and Carter are both hand in hand. I mean, Fed in Ascending, I mean, they looked really bad in round 1, I'm not gonna lie. But round 2, I mean, things were kept close, but they're still faltering.
Yeah, I mean, look at Shadow and Carter's kills. They're like matching 31-26. Same damage almost. I mean, Shadow just, you know, TDMing a little bit more. But, I mean... This is it's very surprising to see. I mean, not what I expected on the side of NV. I thought it'd be a really clean 2-0. I thought it would be like 600 points per, you know, each round almost.
I kind of had to agree with you there.
Yeah.
We still got another map though. We got 2. It's a best of 3, ladies and gentlemen. So Industry going to be up next.
And it is a strong suit map for FedZed and Seif. You know, we saw them with their lurks against Demise's team last tourney on Industry, and you know, kind of owning Demise's team. So.
Yeah, but
very
definitely interesting. I'm not gonna lie. But hey, we move on to Industry. I think again, as you said, I think that is definitely Fed's domain.
Yeah, hopefully.
And we head to Industry.
Link out.
I low-key might have
Yeah.
leaked link, but hopefully nobody notices and the game starts before then. Whoops.
Let me see.
Here, I'll swap over to bracket just in case, but I think
I think it should be good.
we
Nobody
should be
is in
okay.
from the stream. Saitake in the chat talking about how the scrims might have paid off. I might have to agree with you on that. You know, TJ, I mean, for context, Shadowstorm and Saitake have been scrimming for
I
a month
know.
in
Yeah, I
advance.
mean he had been
Every single
2v2ing
day,
every
3 hours a
day.
day. So I mean, I was, you know, when I saw UFD with those clean setups, I was like, you know, that is some rehearsed stuff. And I mean, the only fights that they're losing is FedZ getting heroic 2Ks and, you know, the mechanics. So I mean, if this doesn't tell any, you know, tier 2 or lower tier team that, you know, all you need is just some teamwork and chemistry, you don't need to always just mechanics everything, then I mean, I don't know what will, because this is a clear example of good team play just coming out on top.
Yeah, now we're just waiting for Carter to make his way into the lobby. Not sure what the holdup is, but hopefully everything's all right. And NV on the back foot. There it is. Carter's now in the game. So now I can swap over. Thank you to everybody who didn't, who respected my honest mistake. But we're chilling now. Map is up. Again, I mean, Envy's playground. So, I mean, you did give a 2-1 to Envy. I mean, you said, you know, there's always that slight chance. And if that was their chance, we'll have to see if Envy are able to bounce back or if that's, you know, just how it is.
Yeah, I will. I mean, I really don't think I'm that big of a curse. I mean, there's no way I'm that big of a curse. I've been, I think, 0 for 5 or 0 for 6 in predictions. But like, this is
4,
insane, you know?
3,
Like,
2,
how do I
1.
expect this? So.
Yeah, we'll have to see. First objective now opening up. Fed and Seif versus Carter and Shadow, and it's going to be an underpass play out of UFD as they make their way on. Shadow's going to fall first, and Ascending will be able to clean up. Fed traded away, but now respawned on site. Envy already soaking up this objective. Shadow pushing in, Ascending. A beautiful spray on that AK. Will clean things up yet again on Carter. And now Shadow pushing in. Looking for the first frag. He is gaining speed. He's spotted out by Fed, though. Fed looking for some pre-fires, trying to find anything. A Shadow diving in. Gonna find one. Traded out by Ascending. And then Carter finding the last frag in that fight. And now UFD with their first hold of the objective.
Yeah, I mean, that's finally good to see from UFD getting the holes. And I mean, big double peek there. I mean, that is huge. They didn't take any damage there. And it looks like Shadow's going to opt for the corner setup. Maybe some knife out here. Maybe play for new site. And it looks like they instantly clear out the corner, which might end up working in their favor on the side of UFD. They get the new site, so.
And Ascending will get a few extra seconds of objective. It'll be put them just above, just under 100 points of difference as now the push comes through. Ascending going really fast in. Movement dip as he's going to find the first, and Carter will fall next. Ascending, a beautiful job on site, and Envy with control. And just a slight lead, but he instantly jumps off site.
They don't want to go for control. I'm just very confused what I'm seeing right now.
I mean, maybe this is a 2v2 meta we don't understand. I mean...
Yeah, this is a 2v2 meta I don't think I will ever understand. So, I mean, Fed again going for an offsite. I mean,
maybe trying to buy time for his teammate to come back, but now it's going to be Shadow. Hucked in Hut, he'll be taken down. Carter pushing away, and I mean, objective is free. They should get on here, and there they are.
Finally, they get on, but TJ, if they just won a couple holds, they'd just be a 200-point lead up.
Yeah, so, I mean, maybe we just don't get it. Maybe we're old, dude. I don't know. Maybe we're unk. Like,
I mean, like as I mentioned, I mean, Seif is giving up map control on each push out he does. So
I'm just as confused as you. Like, this is not the 2v2s that I used to watch back in like 2020. I mean, this is a new style of play, and I can't say it's better. I mean, Fed is now pushing off. If he needs to find one here, and he does, but now it's Famas versus AK 1v1.
Yeah, like it's a big gamble. I mean, it's fortunate for a Seif that, you know, Shadow is not that experienced on the gun, and I mean, they're relying on teamwork and chemistry over mechanics on the side of UFD, and I think it's the opposite for the side of Envy. Envy's just, you know, let's just take out these fights early and let's, you know, get it clean. But you know, UFD finally gets a hold. Envy will need to think, and Envy will need to do a good push here.
There it is. That's beautiful.
Clean push, yeah. And this is what we like to see. Let's go. Let's, you know, stack the site a little bit. And looks like Seif's gonna opt to play a right angle here.
Oh, they read him immediately. I mean, that's just rough. An instant
but I mean, it
read.
might have worked out. Yeah, look at Envy's scoreline right now. Look at the site switch. So
I mean, one difference of this gate site compared to others is there's no real pocket to work around. Like, Sandstorm has, you know, the one box that you can pocket yourself into. Undergrowth has the pillars back site. Industry does not have any pocket to hide yourself in. So if your offsite player dies, you're out of luck for that entire fight, because any hope of having that extra player tucked in sight and having an angle to work around is just nullified, because there's no real counterplay for the industry gate objective. And it shows when, especially in a 2v2, when your offsite player dies. And Ascending able to play offsite. Shadow should die here, but Ascending just swings out wide, way too wide. Fed a hero play to keep them in this, and it looks like the first round will go the way of Envy.
yeah, and I have to say, I mean, it is just a safe show right now, just, you know, winning out every fight. If I'm UFD here, I just say, hey, our strats are working, our strats are good, but, you know, we're just obviously not winning our gunfights up. We need to take it a little bit slower against Seif. Just need to not get us nervous and everything. So
yeah, I mean, there has to be a side of nerves on the side of, especially Shadowstorm. I mean, we've seen Fed, Seif, and Carter just win the last tournament. They know how to deal with these nerves. But Shadow is very new to this landscape, so he has to adapt to you know, playing for a ton of money. I mean, he already secured a little bit, but there's still so much more left to go. We'll have to see how these players are able.
They do opt to give them the side hold here.
Fed versus Carter, both tough. Yeah. There it is. Start from Fed. UFD, though, securing 80 objective in just those first few seconds. And that's a good chunk, especially when you think about how these teams are playing off-site so often. And Ascending tucked in that corner. Shadow has no idea where he is, and Ascending will win the AK 1v1 as well.
Yeah, I mean, these rat spots are really clean. I mean, we did talk about Industry is Envy's playground. Look at Fed's Z right now. I mean, a little bit way riskier than, you know, previously, because you are just kind of swinging into two players. I wouldn't be that. I'm not a big fan of that TDM. So
I would just rather stick on the pixel walk rather than standing up high on the double stack in case they are coming from behind you. But again, we're not the players, Asokra. I think, you know,
we're not the players. Yeah,
we're not the players. Both players sitting on now. Envy with 5 seconds left. Carter and Shadow are looking to do something late here. If I'm Fed and Ascending, I just want to die. There it is. Yeah, they're just gonna get next for free, and that's an interesting play. Shadow is already 1 HP. I mean, he's just diving in. I mean, that's rookie mistake. I want to say.
Yeah. It looks like they are going to opt for the, you know, wait, and it looks like they do clear out.
Ooh, I like that. I like that from Shadow.
That is what you like to see. That is really good discipline play. You know, you isolate them, and looks like they're going to opt for a double left side. I don't understand this, but I mean, okay, I mean, I would just put someone hut, and then you work off of them on site. But it looks like Seif just wanted to walk off of site again. He saw some kills in mid. Yeah, TJ, I don't know what's going on. They just gave them sight.
I mean, I'm not sure what it is with this site specifically. It just feels like they don't want to touch this site, and
like there's something wrong with this site. Like you touch this site, you get hacker tagged or something. I don't know. It's even Carter again. Just
I mean, 10 seconds left. It's your time to get on.
Yeah. I mean, and they don't even rotate new. They're just. I mean. Maybe we just don't have a read on the current meta. I mean, seeing it being 380 to 320 on this third site is just kind of, you know, odd. It's like watching a pickup. So,
yeah.
But UFD taking the lead here again. So,
I mean, it's just very confusing. Carter sitting in the cubby. Ascending has to clear that, and will he? He will, and Fed will pick up both. Beautiful play out of him. Now both players sitting on the objective. Yeah, I'm just not sure what it is with that second objective, but now they're looking for the push off here, and they'll find Shadow. Beautiful play, and Carter will fall as well. I mean, unscathed from both of them.
And I mean, that's the correct play to make there. They're double peeking together. They're isolating, you know. They're playing trades, you can argue. And I think that's, you know, that's a play compared to before.
With shots from Fed and Seif, and that will give the objective away to UFD. 10 seconds left. Looks like they're going to both push in here. They got to take them off site if they want to win this. I mean, they got to take at least one off. Fed takes neither, and UFD have a lead heading into the last objective. Envy, though, they do have control.
Yeah.
Now the push comes through. Fed pushes off. Ascending's 1 HP, though. Shadow's going to have an easy cleanup.
Yeah, I mean, look at the lead now. It's building on the side of UFD. You know, Fed's team, Envy's got to figure out a way to counter this. Good crossfires, but I mean the heroics. I mean, look at Seif's kills, man. This guy is in a different lobby right now. Just feels like Fed is just a tier 2 player in this game, with the amount of, you know, like it just feels like Fed's just getting carried right now, and Fed not getting any picks there.
It's interesting. I mean, Ascending's also just taking these hero spots when he could be doing something much more consistent. I mean, Shadow's also playing in a really weird offside position. It will not work out. It's again, it's these positions where you're giving away so many slight little angles, like these boxes on site where you cannot assist your teammate when they're tucked, and it's just not going to work out. Fed looking for damage here, Ascending in a 1 versus 2, finds the first but can't find Carter. With 5 seconds left, we're heading to a third round.
I mean, Fed, I don't know why Fed just went into that angle. That angle is so exposed to like the entire map. Like, you know, it's a strict gamble that he took. I mean, it's just very confusing to see this whole game. I mean, look at see if he's fragging out, I guess. So.
I mean, we head to a third round. We have 2 seconds left. UFD pick up that second round.
Yeah.
I mean, overall, I mean, Fed is just not putting up good numbers. I mean, we've seen some of his hero plays, but he's half the kills of his teammate. And some of these plays, especially on the second site, it's just confusing to see when you're in that close of a game and you're choosing to get off.
I mean, if Steve got a couple ticks there, they just win. They just don't go to the third round. They had that site for 40 seconds and they got 10 points. It just doesn't make sense.
Sunny's gonna find one.
Just a lot of slide hopping around. I mean, yeah.
Ascending's able to group up with Fed, both players sitting on site here. A Shadow grouping up with Carter, both pushing in from the high ground.
A good lead here. Yeah.
Ascending finds one. Shadow's going to group up, or sorry, going to be taken down, and now NV just looking to run away with this one.
I mean, if you look at Steve's kills right now, that 41 kills, just hard carrying Fed set here. So
now both players are waking up. I mean, this is a different NV from what we saw in the last 2 rounds. I mean, hopefully they're not allergic to this second site. That's really all that it can come down to. Because, I mean, having this type of a lead this early is absolutely insane to have. But it's weird to try and see UFD running away with it. And now Fed pushing on. Going to find one. Has to find Carter. He'll be slowing it down. And he waits. Low HP. Able to find the clean.
Perfect base.
Shadow looking to thirst this kill onto Fed. But both FAMAS players just roaming around. Shadow taken down to half. Seif trying to clear out mid here as he's looking for Carter. And he will. Now Shadow pushing in late. But Ascending able to find both. And now he'll get on the objective. Nope. Okay, never mind. Fed is going to be pushing away and now grouped up. Now he'll take the objective. I mean, looking to clear out some angles.
Yeah, I mean, maybe when they, go on the objective, they just lose their mouse or something. I don't know what's happening, but I really like seeing the fact that UFD is playing the objective and now they've kind of like brought it back a little bit. Like UFD just wins that hold. I mean, that's what you do. Correct. And then as I say that, Shadowstorm just walks out and dies instantly. So. I mean,
and Ascending looking to thirst these spawn traps. Oh, that's beautiful. Both kills from him. I mean, they have gate control. They have just Fed sitting on site. Ascending just looking to find another, but Shadow's going to be taken down to 10 HP instead. Now Fed pushing off, trying to take a different angle for this 1 versus 1, but Carter's going to win it out, and now Shadow fully regen.
I think Seif is going to take the disciplined approach, just
group
with the team, and going a little bit early, but getting that early space. Can Carter do this? Carter cannot do it. Fed big 2K in. I mean, yeah, it's becoming a sizable lead. UFD needs to get this next push. So Carter is going to play for the blue box. So.
Fed has to win another 1 versus 2, and he will. Woken up when it matters most. NV continuing to stack up here and bring us to a map 3. Shadow pushing it a little bit early, but his teammates will be grouped up in time. 15 seconds left, up by 400. And Fed and Ascending. It looks like they're going to take one more push. Both players sitting on the right-hand side. Fed doing damage. Ascending doesn't get the common time to check the other angle, and UFD only down by 200.
Yeah, it's within 200, and we had to talk about they had a 500-point lead earlier, so really good. If they can keep this momentum up, they can win it out. So
now Fed and Ascending pushing together. Yeah. Shadow's off site.
Like they're gonna look for Shadowstorm here. It looks like they're gonna opt to play the Crossfire, but just no picks from Shadowstorm. Shadow, you gotta get some damage, or you gotta do something there.
Ascending. I mean, he's taking a different rat angle spot, but Shadow just reads it, and Fed now call out in no man's land.
Yeah. I mean, you just play the 2-stack there. You try and just win the game on time, basically. But looks like they are opting to play the offside angles, and Carter cannot do it. Just clean push, clean right side push.
And NV, they will take it. 1,000 objective is all they need, and we head to a third map. Some shaky moments. I'm confused on some of the style of play. I mean, Shadow the only player under 1,000 objective. Ascending and Fed, I mean, both a ton of objective. but it's the way that both of these teams are rarely playing on when it matters most. It's confusing to me.
Yeah, and I mean that's the difference. So, yep.
Yeah, I mean we head to a third map. It's going to be UG last, so we'll see how things go. Map 3 going to be on your screens in just a few moments, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, with the grand, or lower finals, excuse me, map number 3. Winner of this moves on to the grands. Map number 3, we saw UFD take Sandstorm, NV taking Industry, and now we head to Undergrowth for the final map of the lower bracket.
Yeah, and we see, I mean, Shadowstorm, big 2K coming in. This guy needs to heat up. And I mean, something we talked about previously was, Shadowstorm's, a little bit of underperformance from both the FAMAS players. They're playing the most OP gun in the game. Kind of surprising, but looks like Envy is playing slow. They get the TDMs. And I mean, Shadow just plays the gym. Looks like Seif is going to opt into just fighting them on the opposite side of the map. They're not going to go for the hardpoint play. They just give them the site without even taking any kills for it. Very interesting to see, but, big heroes coming out from Fed. And just, very interesting. Looks like Seif is just not going to go to point. He's going to go for the TDM. I mean, I believe 2-tick is better than 1-tick here. But looks like Seif is still going to go for the TDM via Menace. And
Fed's going to clean up.
Yeah. So.
Now both players running off towards next.
Yeah.
I mean, good map control from Seif. I mean, he's finding a lot of good kills, and when he falls, Fed is able to clean them up so far. UFD have barely been able to touch the objective since the very beginning. Shadow pushing in a little bit early there, as he's going to find one, but be taken out by Ascending, as NV controlled the objective, but again, it's given away.
He wants to go for a peek out ramp. And
Shadow is unfortunately lagging a little. That's
yeah, unfortunately lagging a little bit too much, yeah.
Not what you want happening in a finals, but yeah, I mean, Ascending just holding down Hut. He's going to find one. I mean, I respect the fact that they at least are keeping one player on site, because at the end of the day, if you're gaining objective and they can't get anywhere near it, it's not a bad trade-off, but there are so many I guess they don't want to ever have to take a full team fight. I mean, that's I guess their philosophy.
Yeah, and I mean, that might be it, just, keep separating. Looks like Shadow has left the game. Need to go sort that out, so... Yeah.
And at this time, NV are going to double stack up. I mean, they have the kind of freebie, but Carter is kind of giving this one away here. Are we heading for a rehost?
Yeah. Looks like we're going for a rehost.
Okay.
There will be some clips provided from Shadowstorm, so yeah. Be right back.
We'll be right back, guys. Hello, gamers. We're back, and it's just me for this last map, as Asokra had to be right back. Deal with some stuff on his own. But hey, we've still got NV versus UTD for the last map of the lower bracket. Undergrowth now on your screens as we take a look at what NV is able to pull out and what UTD is able to do to fight back. Fed, only one on point. He will be taken off by Carter and Shadow as NV now sitting down, going to have to make their way back. But now both players leaving the objective, looking to wrap around and wrap on these players. Is going to be Carter finding one, Shadow as well, and UTD with control of the objective. Carter peeking out down tunnel, looking for Seath, and it looks like timing might have caught him a little bit off, but no, it's going to be the wrap from Shadow that helps him secure the frag, as Fed sitting in hut is able to find both players as he now makes his way over to the objective. As Fed wrapping his way off-site, ascending, also grouping up near ramp, going towards next now as he will find Shadow, and NV down by about 130. Fed 1 HP, Carter's going to be able to clean that one up. As Shadow currently on the flank of Fed. Fed has to be careful, he's slowed down though, and Fed's not even able to find a single bullet on Shadow as Ascending finds the first. Shadow's going to find the second as well and can keep the site in control of UTD for the time being. Fed taken down by Carter in mid as Ascending looking to meet the same fate, and it will be Carter doing an excellent job in spawning on top of Fed or Fed spawning on top of Carter as he will be taken. He will find the trade, and Ascending able to find one as well. Down to 31 HP though. Carter pushing his way down mid will find Ascending. And so far, UTD looking really strong, up 300 here in this first round. As Ascending and Fed double push together, they know both players are on site. 20 tick is with 12 seconds left. NV just have to start gaining some objective here. 10 seconds left. I think they'll be able to just cross over the 200-point barrier if both can stay alive, but no, they won't even be able to reach that as Carter's able to clean up in the last moment. But they are going to give away Temple to the next objective to NV is Fed, the only one sitting on site. Ascending, looking for Shadow here, but Shadow, a one burst, able to clean him up. As Fed now pushing in, has to be slow here, taking his time. Both players sitting near the double stack. As look how slow and methodical this push is. Carter taking down Shadow up on the high ground. Ascending can't find the frag. Shadow stays alive with 53 HP, and UTD continuing to hold on to this objective. Both players making their way in through halls, and it's going to be given away for free as Shadow finds the first. Fed can't win out the 1v2. Both players dangerously low, though. Wondering if there will be a thirst here from Ascending as he looks to just dive in, but both players making their way through halls, and there's nobody to clear out for Ascending. The style of play just so interesting and so different from what I'm used to seeing. I mean, it's working out for UTD, NV not so much. With 10 seconds left, I mean, NV can't be copying this style of play. They can't be taking their time off site. But they are going to have to here as they need to make their way towards last. Ascending, sitting in tree, cleared out by Shadow early, and Fed's all alone. Carter able to make the clean. NV, I mean, Shadow just pushing off here is up by 500, so he kind of has the room to work with. Ascending finds one. And Carter all alone on site, taken away from it. Shadow now in a 1 versus 2. Can't make it happen. 40 seconds left. NV down by 500 points. Carter looking for a kill, but he's going to be 1 HP. Fed going to thirst that one away. Shadow pushing down towards elbow. Pushing in alone. Not exactly the move you want to make. And Ascending will be able to make the trade, and kills. Spawn should come through. No, Fed is going to spawn off. Carter able to make it happen. Fed going to be away, but with that thirst and with that extra kill, NV's taken off site, and UTD are going to take round number 1. I mean, an interesting style of play from UTD, but it seems to work out. NV, they need to start finding their groove. Seath not even able to pass 1,000 points in the first round.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And I'm just not sure the style of play that's come out here from NV. And we're going to see UTD making a long wraparound. Carter in through tunnel alongside Shadowstorm. But both teams just looking for a fight, but they aren't even looking for it on the objective. They'll finally bring the fight over as Carter still able to find both with that defensive hold. As the fight comes through off-site, Shadow finds one. Ascending and Carter able to find the trades through as the spawn comes on. 30 seconds down, Shadow roaming around the map, and he just has Carter sitting on the objective. Shadow finds one, Fed's going to find the other, Carter comes to clean up. UTD with a 120-point lead, looking to continue to extend it. SC pushes on, going to fall. Fed going to find both in the fight, as he will stack on for the last 15 seconds. Regen coming through, Fed in deep, Ascending finds the trade, and with 5 seconds left, Looks like he will be taking his talents to the next objective now as he is able to tuck towards the triple stack in mid. Carter swings out wide. Ascending has to re-peek, but it will be Fed to clean that one up. And Envy now looking to take the lead. Fed tucking in the corner. Shadow caught with his knife out. Carter's going to find the swing, but Fed another 2K. And for what Seif is unable to do, Fed is able to bring back 21 kills on his own. Seif only at 8. Definitely a rough game for the AK here as he needs to find his groove here in the last 2 minutes 40. Shadow pushing up, going to find Seif. Fed taking the 1 versus 1, but in all this time, you're just letting Carter sit on this objective. Fed looking to thirst Shadow Storm here, finds the 2 bursts, and Ascending's able to take him off in the meantime. So Fed now free to group up and free to regenerate some health. Tucking near blue. Gonna be Carter pushing up. Both players taking the ramp approach now as Carter's gonna find both. NV only up by about 100. 1 fight left for these 2 teams on this objective. Ascending now pushing in, finds 1. Fed doesn't need to do it. Fed finds the 1. Shadow pushing in a little bit late here, and it will give Envy a 150-point lead. They need to clutch up here late in this round, or late in this match. As the push comes through, Fed's going to find the first, and Carter also just going to succumb to the FAMAS. As Ascending pushing off, looking for Shadow Storm, but caught out around Pillar. Fed playing around the table. Can he find the kill he needs? No, he cannot. No damage done either. Seif has to slow things down. 35 seconds left. Seif spotted out, looking for Shadow. Can't make it happen. Fed playing around the Pillar, but Shadow able to survive both kills to his name. And NV now at a deficit. Ascending, pushing it way too early. Fed making his way towards Nizku, but he's going to fall. Shadow finding both yet again. 25 kills, 600 objective. And UTD up 100. Ascending, wrapping his way around table. Finds the first frag. It's just down to Carter, and he makes it happen! Both kills for Carter! Envy have control of the next objective, but they're not going to stick around. Ascending just diving in and out. It's Fed's turn to try and hold down the fort. Spawns aren't going to be on for Ascending, though he's going to spawn up near Plat on B. And a minute left for Envy to bring themselves back. Otherwise, we're about to see Shadow Storm and Cartina in the grand finals. Both players sitting on. Carter diving in early. Damage not done yet. Ascending finds the first one, and he finds 2! Envy keeping themselves alive. 45 seconds left. Both players sitting on. Fed making his way towards Tree. Looking for Carter here. Both players sitting on top of each other, but he doesn't notice. A 1 burst comes through on the Shadow. It's an AK 1 versus 1. Can Ascending find the frag? He cannot. Shadow's going to spawn on. UTD keeping the lead alive. Seif slow to gain speed here as both players sitting on the left-hand side. Ascending should hear that call. Can he find the frag? It's going to be Fed and Carter. Carter at half health. Carter now at 1. Shadow spawns on late. His Ascending's going to now spawn on. 20 seconds left and 100 points between these 2 teams. Shadow making his way in, looking for the 1 burst. He finds Fed! He's going to take it away! UTD are going to secure the grand finals! And it's an impossible feat, but it happens! Envy are taken out, and they're going to place top 3. Seif just not able to perform when it matters most. Fed trying to put the team on his back. 32 frags. But again, I hate to see the playstyle out of NV. It's just was never working. And they kept playing it because, you know, God forbid you win 1 map with it. You cannot keep that style of play. And UTD are going to run their way to a grand finals. Having that happen is just absolutely insane. And we have Shadow Storm in a grand finals. Big ups, little bro. Big ups. We'll see you in the grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. When we're back, we have laser pointers. Oh. Excuse me. We have laser pointers versus UTD. There's the bracket on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. We've made it this far. Or UFD. It said UTD in the thing. Well, it's UFD. But laser pointers versus UFD in the grand finals. We'll be back in just a few moments, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. We are live with the grand finals. We have Fillaret and Cartina, or sorry, Fillaret and Scythe versus Cartina and Shadowstorm. And we'll have to see how these TDMing players, Asokra, are able to solidify themselves as champions in this tournament. I mean, both these teams have really strong offside players. Both these teams have really strong anchors. Who do you think's taking this one?
I would say, I mean, UFD, they're on a lot of momentum right now, and I think, you know, I've been on that Shadowstorm train for a little bit, you know, play 2v2s with this guy. I do think he's got, you know, the potential to win it out, but I will say with the map veto advantage, I think laser pointers do take it out. They do have a lot more experience on their side, and I think, you know, I just think, you know, those factors alone are just enough for laser pointers to make this maybe a clean 3-1, maybe even a 3-2, but I do think they do close it out in the end.
Yeah, I mean, what maps are we expecting to see in this grand finals besides obviously Sandstorm?
Yeah, just, you know, like the basic Sand, UG, Industry, Bureau, Site.
Okay.
So we're seeing a lot of the same fundamental maps coming out. Industry and Lumber, I mean, Berg and Lumber banned out, so we'll be seeing some good Crunker here today, so.
And the grand final so far, laser pointers down by a little bit, but they have control of the next objective as they just win that fight against the UFD, and the lead should become theirs as Scythe is going to play slightly off-site near the dumpster. Shadow slowing things down alongside Carter as Scythe is unspotted right now, and he finds the first and the second Scythe. A beautiful, beautiful two pieces. Oh my god, the spawn's on the next site is... That was awkward, unfortunately. I think Carter, he's going to fully tuck. He knows that Carson's there, and he's going to have to reset as Shadow now pushing in. Fillaret able to find the frag.
Yeah. They just feel like they keep on spawn trapping, yeah. And I think that's just, you know, it's a Carson diff, you know, like it's Carson versus Shadow, and I mean, and you know, 9 times out of 10, we're taking Carson over Shadow, so.
Yeah, look at Scythe here in this offside angle. Oh, beautiful read from Shadow.
Yeah. And it's really good. Like UFT, they stick to their fundamentals very well. You can, you know, knock on their mechanics, but they do play good Crunker. They just, you know, miss some of the kills because of their aim or because of their movement. So, but really good peeking there. I mean, look at that ladder trick and then the double peek down to mid. Just, you know, good info gathering. A little bit of an early push, you could say, from the side of Scythe AK, but you know, again, Scythe AK is gonna opt for that same push, and yeah.
Gonna work out, at least for Scythe, at the end there on that AK, and both players now sitting on site. One push left for UFD, as they will make it happen. It's gonna be Fillaret in a 1 versus 2. We can only find one of those two. Shadow will stay alive after his teammate falls first, and UFD going to have a slight lead here heading into the last objective, but we've seen how these players can wake up on this last objective. We've seen what Carson can do in these clutch scenarios, and now Shadow coming from underpass. Carter, oh my goodness, that movement! Will he find the first frag? He will, and he finds both!
And I mean, that was like a full pace change. You know, you might have heard some footsteps in market. Oh, wait, now he just did the market jump, just catches you off guard fully. And Shadow here on the crossfire. He's just playing time right now. He doesn't even need to peek out. He needs to build some time for Carter here. They're not even getting on the point here. And Carter understands that, hey, they need to, you know, regen and get some HP out. And Carter, big kill here. And look at Carter right now. This guy is different with the AK. Just 2Ks after 2Ks.
Yeah, I mean, it was a full one burst whiff from Carson there. Yeah. I mean, just could not find the frag he needed. Now though,
but it's still neck and neck.
15 seconds left. It's going to be laser pointers control. They're going to hop off site and pray they can win this fight. Fillaret's in a beautiful angle. Scythe is able to win it out with 7 seconds left. Laser pointers will take the first round.
Yeah, and you could even make that point, you know, Carter, why did you swing out there? But maybe just some nerves, maybe just, you know, miscomms there on the HP, possibly why he swung out. So that is you know, it's a very, you would expect a greater round. And I mean, look, I think it's time to say that this UFD roster, I mean, this is a crazy roster we're watching. So what they're doing right now, and these guys aren't known for their mechanics, and I've mentioned this like 50 times probably by now. So it's even crazy just to see what they're doing with just their team play alone. So
yeah, now control the objective early. Laser pointers are doing a full wraparound. And it will be a clean sweep to start things off. Scythe just completely roaming it down. Oh my goodness, he's going to find one again. Shadow low HP, and Famas bursts back and forth, just trying to pre-fire them out of position as Carter swings out a little bit too early. Doesn't have his teammate to bank off of, and now Shadow has to back away, but he will fall to Scythe before he can make that happen. And laser pointer still with control of the middle of the map, and Scythe just in an insanely awkward angle. Fillaret needs to win that one out, and he will. He'll find both.
Yeah, I mean, laser pointers are playing an excellent market side right now with the peaks, with the holds, and I mean, yeah, it does feel like UFD is really disconnected right now. Need to get some group pushes going. Doing another ramp push again, and they do finally take it out, but it is a little bit too late. They are going to get the remaining points here, maybe potentially, get cut the lead down by half. So yeah, you see a big fight coming out on the side of Shadow and Carson here. Can Shadow do it against Saitake? He cannot. Saitake's movement's just been insane this tourney with how much space he's been creating, how much time he's building. So
Yeah, now Carter only went on the objective. Shadow comes in a little bit late, but he is able to help out. It's Scythe, 1 HP, but Shadow sitting at half. He's going to make the swing out and take him down as well, as Fillaret also can't find the frag, and now UFD are going to take a lead.
yeah, it looks like Shadow just gets caught off guard, but he's on that back wall, and yeah, it looks like, I mean, excellent from Saitake there, getting there in time to prevent that offside TDM. Did a good two-stack here. I mean, both these teams are very evenly matched. Saitake a little bit, disconnected, maybe playing for the new site, potentially, but I don't know. It's going to give them a lot of time. Look at UFD's lead after this. And I think, are they going to play for the knife out?
Well, they're not going to play for next. I mean, that's an interesting
Yeah,
choice.
yeah, I mean, it is very interesting. I mean, their holds were insane on this, and I mean, we saw how good UFD was at holding this against Fed's team. Can they do it again?
Oh, beautiful start from Scythe, though. He's going to dive in and land every single bullet into Carter. And now Carson spawned on. It's going to be up to this next fight. Scythe pushing out early, finds a lot of damage, finds Shadow as well, and he finds both!
And look at what Saitake does there. He pulls their crosshair so Carson just gets 2 free kills. You don't even need to aim there. You just get 2 free kills because they're not looking at you. You put them in odd angles, and that's what we like to see. So,
yeah, and Shadow
Carson, I mean,
pushing a little bit too early there. And, after pushing up on that ladder, taking that distraction away, and then Carson's able to clean up yet again. And now it's going to be another 2 low players. Carson can't land the last burst on a Carter, though, and it will be UFD looking to claw their way back in here at the end of gate. 1 push left. Laser pointers, they do need to push this. I'd be more concerned about this than the last. His Scythe is going to spray at the wrong angle. Carson finds 1, looking for the second, and he will take him off. Scythe won't spawn on, though. As we head towards the last objective, UFD up by 30. Now making about 100 after this next push comes through. Fillaret pushing in really early, able to find the first. And now Carter just has to tuck near the tree. Scythe pushing in, though. It's a beautiful movement, but Carter is still able to read it. And he gets both! You cannot throw that opportunity away.
It just looked like 6 headshots total there on both players. Insane stuff. And it looks like Carson just finally comes in, keeps us calm. And I mean, it's still a neck and neck game. This is, I get deja vu from this. They had the same lead. They had something similar to this. Can they win this out? They cannot get that push out.
This is better positioning. I mean, they're playing off of each other where even if one player's out in the open, that player can capitalize on it. And laser pointers looking to take lead here. Scythe diving into market and finding 1, and Fillaret cleans up the Z player. At any moment, one of these 1v1s could decide the game, and this might be the last fight, Asokra. The way that the timing is lining up, if UFD lose this fight, it's over. Fillaret's tucked in the corner. Carter whips his shots, but Shadow hits both. Is there time? There's going to be just enough. UFD, send us to a 3rd round.
And I'm very disappointed that laser pointers did not just go for that double hold on site. So very, very disappointing to see that. I do think that laser pointers would have just won it out if they just stacked in that last 2 seconds. You saw that, TJ. They both opted for the 0 tick. Carson going front side, Saitake going back side. I mean, they had to win the hold there. And I mean, maybe they're playing for the anti, pre-fire and all of that, but it's too big of a risk to take there.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think if they full stack there, the worst that happens is overtime, which is better than losing. Yeah. And now UFD going to take that momentum and start things off strong here as Carter. Oh my goodness, what is this position? He's going to dip down now as Fillaret able to find both players.
Yeah. I mean, just a lot of, Saitake on the roams. They're playing slow for the roams. Look at that from Shadowstorm. Playing so slow that Saitake doesn't expect it. Excellent from Shadowstorm, and Shadowstorm just constantly TDMing. I would have to say, they had time. I mean, Saitake's team did have time to watch UFD kind of have an understanding of how they play, but it feels like UFD's, got some wads on Saitake here with how they're, playing around as TDM. So.
Yeah, I mean, so far, laser pointers looking a little bit stronger so far, but Shadow, ooh, beautiful jump in. He'll find Fillaret. As Scythe now pushing in, looking for that trade. I mean, Scythe is so good on these AK roams. I mean, imagine what he would do on a FAMAS. It's scary to think about. But even on AK, he's just such a powerful stopping force. Shadow pushes in way too early. He'll find 1, but now it's going to be Carter able to clean that up. I'm not sure why Carson swings there. You know,
Yeah,
I would
think-
rather
I
slow
mean,
down the play and wait.
I feel like Carter is like the unsung hero in this, with how he's just, you know, anchoring the sights. I mean, look at this. Look at this lot, like perfect play. You put Shadow at dumpster, and then you just peek off at the right times. And look, Carter is gonna opt for the offside play.
Yeah, this
So
will be
look at
interesting
how
to
look
see.
at how they're just
Do they
tucking. They're
check this?
waiting.
Oh,
They're
they
playing
do.
tough.
They
And
know
they do
it.
have that crossfire set up on the first, but Carson does come out, trade out the kills.
Scythe will spawn
So
on. There's going to be another fight. I mean, this should be the last fight of this objective. Depends on how long it lasts. It's going to be a quick one, actually. And Philret is going to be able to keep him alive. Scythe spawns on. And it looks like they're going to send... Both players are still going to push this. At this point, if you're laser pointers, you just need to die here. Don't... I mean, I suggest not winning the fight. And they're not. It's a great play. Both players are going to spawn on next. And UFD are going to have to scrape by and really power through this next fight. I mean, if laser pointers are able to win this first fight, there might be a chance of them running away with it. Shadow's pushing in. He's spotted early, but Carter finds the first frag. Philret can only take one down with him. Now UFD with control of the objective, and they're going to take the lead. Tied now and now in advance. Scythe gaining speed. Carson playing slow. Scythe to the right side.
do again, and they finally read it. They finally read it. Look at how Scythe AK's, you know, Scythe AK's done that same push about 4 times now, and they finally play the double left side, which hard counters that. And looks like Scythe AK is going to go for an adjustment here. Focus on that right side. This might be what they need, but Carter a big clutch there. And I mean, this is heartbreaking now. So
Yeah,
look
now
at these
both
turns.
players
Look at-
sitting right side. I mean,
full
they're
stacked on the
anti-stratting. And
side.
look at Scythe.
Now
He has
look at
nowhere
this.
to look. He's
Yeah.
still going to find
But
one.
a little bit of a whiff, you know, the mechanics diff you could argue that comes out of UFD. So
I mean, there's always time.
Yes.
8 seconds left. Shadow needs to find one here. I mean, they need to find one, but they're going to take both away, actually. UFD, 200 points.
and all they need to do is just kill them now. Just get these trades up, and you're good. Don't give them a chance to stack. So,
Yeah, that's going to really be it. I mean, Shadow pushing in, but they are going to have the chance now, within 150, after this next fight. Carter slowing things down to market. Oh, another jump over. Do they read it? Scythe on. They find the frag. And okay, take both down with him. Laser pointers, stay alive. Both players sitting on. Down by 50. Scythe now sits off. Both players down to underpass. Philret needs to turn around. They'll find the kills they need. Laser pointers now take the lead. 28 seconds left. Shadow and Carter need to find a way to reset here. Scythe takes the 1v1. He's not going to win it in market. Philret in a 1 versus 2. Shadow wins it out on 1 HP. The spawns are going to come through for Carter. Laser pointers now going to be down. Scythe pushing in from long. Looking for damage done early. Philret has to clean up for his team. Both players find the frags. 10 seconds left. You cannot push off site. Me and Asokra have said this 1,000 times. Don't push off site, and they won't. Laser pointers are going to take map 1 away from UFD, and they'll secure their first milestone towards a grand finals victory.
yeah, it was incredible last 30 seconds there from both teams. I have to say that they were missing a lot of kills on the side of UFD, a lot of big trades that they just weren't capitalizing on. And I would say that, you know, you have the peakers advantage on the pushes. You should be winning those fights out, and it's just unfortunate that they just were not winning any of those fights. And it happened too much, and they just gave up the lead, and they gave up the map just like that with a 300-point lead. So
Yeah, I mean, it was, again, I mean, it's this last objective from Carson and Scythe. I mean, I don't know what to say. There's so many clutch moments here that you don't see in a 4v4, where here it's just, you know, only 2 players, so it's way less to worry about on a site like this where it's so TDM-y. But here, I mean, they're able to lock in, they're able to secure it. And if I'm not mistaken, Asokra, you said Undergrowth for map number 2 is where we're heading next?
I believe it is Industry.
Industry, okay. All right. Industry for our second map, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at the path of how these teams got here. And I mean, looking at this, you know, UFD started in the lowest of lowers, having to take down Eclipse, 5G Wi-Fi, took down NV Official, which was Volar and Ansi, got a forfeit win against Legionnaire Amino, got what some would say would be a troll win against Puddle and Demise, and then a really, really weird upset win against NV to put them all the way up here. So definitely a different path than most. I mean, the lower side of this loser's bracket looks a lot easier to push through, and I mean, they were able to do so. And now they're here in the grand finals against Laser Pointers. Down a map, though, so we'll have to see how they're able to bounce back as we move on to Industry, which I feel like is a map that I you know, Fed isn't here. So this is a map that really could go either way. I mean, I still would put Carson above at all on this list. So we'll really have to see what happens here on Industry.
would say, like, in my opinion, I mean, like I mentioned earlier, I think laser pointers, they just have that experience and they have the mechanics. And I think, you know, I mean, Sandstorm, it's one of those maps, if you just stick to the fundamentals and get your aim together, and laser pointers, they've showed they can do that countless times in the tournament, then, I mean, there's no stopping that. So, yeah.
Yeah, now all 4 players loaded into the lobby. 5 seconds left. Laser pointer up a map.
4.
We'll have to see how things turn out here in map number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, buckle your seatbelts. We're in for a ride. A very close first map, and now we'll see if another 3 rounds go by here. Scythe Ames finds the first. No, it's going to be Carson to find both instead. Scythe just doing a ton of supporting damage, as he will now be grouped up.
Coming out. Yeah.
Got 2 assists from Scythe there to support his teammate, as Carter now finds the first. It's going to be tucked in the backside as Fillaret, as he finds the first and the second. The garage door comes in clutch for the American. And his European teammate now roaming around the map, looking for Shadow, and I think he spotted him, and he's on the prowl, looking for the frag, and he will find the first now. An AK1 versus 1. Free Fire's coming through, but Scythe Ames just a little bit better. And Laser Pointer just continuing to extend their lead.
Yeah, look at this neat adjustment now. They're gonna play for the corner setup. They think that he's in dumpster or backside, but he's not. But they went too fast for him. And yeah, Carson is not getting any value there. But look at the sites, TJ. They got a new site.
Yeah, they got next. I mean, it looks like Scythe is going to push
like
on ult here just to try and thirst. Yeah, and Carson's going to back away.
Okay, yeah.
That's a fair play. That's a good call. I like thirsting for that 1 or 2 extra kills, but at the end of the day, you got to get ready for next. And finally, Asokra, we see a team that's not allergic.
Yeah, we finally see some teams playing on the second site. So, I mean, this is just how you should play Krunker. I mean, it's hardpoint. So, and I like that Scythe is going for a gamble roam here. He's building space out.
Oh my god, it's disgusting what he's able to accomplish here.
Man,
the roam continues.
Right now.
Oh, and Scythe turns his back at the wrong time. Carson's gonna fall on site.
Yeah. Looks like they are gonna opt for the 2-stack here, and which forces Laser Pointer play to make them play slow, and just I believe Carson just is like 10-0 in the head-to-head against Shadowstorm right now. I mean, Shadowstorm just sitting at 4th place, just struggling in that mechanics department. But
Scythe is gonna get his 1 and run away. Next site's open.
Nice. He does get caught out by Carson here, or Shadow here, but
I mean, Carson's playing very slow. I mean, they're not going to thirst for him yet, though. The peek comes through. Scythe coming in late. Both players playing on the right side. We know how much Scythe loves the right side of these gate sites, but it will not work out. Shadow stays alive. Carter's going to spawn off, and he will make his way over.
Like, and the lead is back down already, and they've cleared out a lot of angles. And it looks like Scythe AK.
Oh, the one burst.
Yeah.
I mean, both players jumping, mimicking each other. Whichever player lands the extra headshots is going to win out that fight.
Shadow's spot.
Yeah, I'm wondering, do they clear this? Oh, Scythe. Oh, it looks like he did, but he didn't. Now it's a FAMAS full HP, but...
Yeah, just a bit of a half clear, so...
UFD now up by 200. I mean, there's one more push here. They definitely spot Shadow there, and he will get the first. And they'll have 5 seconds of soak here. I don't mind this, but they have to win this next fight.
And this next fight is critical, because if they win this next fight, they're in a comfortable seat of just cleaning up this map. Or cleaning up this round, I mean.
And both players sitting on the double stack. I mean, they're static, but they still can't find the frags needed.
Yeah, I really do like that they are opting to play that double stack there. And now Shadow is going to go for the gamble here. Carter just needs to buy them time. And it looks like the crossfires, TJ. I mean, that was excellent. Carter just built enough time for Shadow to just play those crossfires. And then they were just spread apart then. So,
Carson's tucked in the corner. And wow, that round ends. I wasn't even paying attention to the full scoreline. I mean... UFD was just always had one person on that objective for the entirety of it. I mean, Laser Pointer could not find a footing.
Yeah, I mean, I had to say this, like, that was excellent from UFD in the last 2 minutes. It looked like they faltered in the beginning, and, like, Laser Pointer did build up a big lead. But UFD, I mean, they stayed in it together, and that was perfect, so...
5, 4...
I mean, they got to get ready for this.
2, 1...
All these matches today. All comes down to the next few rounds of this game. Scythe's going to find the first on the Shadow. Carter going to fall as well, and that's a strong start for Laser Pointer. They need to keep these strong starts around, and Scythe is instantly going to jump off. Not going to find Shadow here. He's going to wrap through mid instead. Oh, one burst. Oh my god, Fillaret! Disgusting one burst. Scythe able to clutch up as well. And now there's a 2-stack, but Scythe
Yeah.
spotted on the rat. Shadow pushing in way too early, though. Carter needs to find the spray, and you will. UFD, first control of this objective in the second round.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of like the same exact start that they had previously. Laser Pointer held up a good lead early, and I mean, Laser Pointer just looks incredible at playing this site
I mean,
from what we've
I
seen
think
so far.
UFD is gambling the way that they're stacking, and it's allowing Filleret to play a little bit slower, and it's just a lot stronger. Scythe is going to find the one, and he's actually just going to give it up and head towards next. And that's what Shadow's also going to follow suit with. Is 3 minutes down, next objective up. Shadow pushing in early, but dead just as quick. Filleret's going to find the one as well. Trades come through, and Laser Pointer will come out successful.
Yeah, looks like they're going to opt to play the 2-stack Scythe AK, just pushing it at the nick of time. And yeah, just clean 1v1's taken out. Shadow just ignores Scythe AK there, so he doesn't let his crosshair placement get broken. Just keep going for Carson, and we'll see a good push coming out on the side of Laser Pointer here. And can Shadow do it? And Shadow does it. I mean, this is what I really like to see from UFD. They're winning their side pushes with 2 on, which get them already back into the game. It looks like they're not in the game anymore, but I mean, there's only down 90 points, and we saw a really strong start that's being like dwindled down.
I mean,
So.
Laser Pointer needs to win this fight. Carter's going to go in a little bit too early, but I think it's going to work out in their favor. Shadow with the late bursts will give them what they need as they're going to head towards next. I mean, they have to be careful here. Filleret needs to slow things down. He's not even going to find the frag, and will he spawn next? I don't even think he will, because Shadow is already so far ahead of the play, and Scythe needs to win the 1v1, and he will. Carson has time to cross, and Carter's just going to regroup with his teammate, clearing out underpass, clearing out A, clearing out the house, and now making his way to Scythe as he jumps towards that double stack. Filleret already taken down to half as Scythe able to clutch up 2 kills in that fight. And Laser Pointer stay alive, and they're looking to continue to extend this lead, and I like this spot from Scythe.
And this is the heroic stat they need, and I mean, look at this. Like, Shadow's just lost. I mean, look at Scythe's kills right now. He's just on fire. He might have Slimers ready.
He might. I mean, I think he's died a couple times each fight, and he's finding early damage yet again. And he continues to fry headshots only.
He
28 and 17. He's he does 7 streak. Yeah, no, he's got a Slimer to his name. He will fall. Hey, Slimer's up. You'll have to see it.
Yeah,
Hopefully it shows up.
Yeah. And I will say this, UFD has we've seen some comebacks from both teams. This could always be the time. They do opt to give them the new site here, and we saw how incredible UFD was at holding it. If they can return to those same holds. Looks like they are going to opt for the more like standard setup. No, they are going to go for the double box. And it looks like Laser Pointer just read that perfectly. Yeah, read perfectly, yeah.
I mean, they knew that they made a mistake last time. There was that setup, so... And if that was what they do the first time, every time, they're going to read that, and they're going to succeed with it. Filleret's going to find 2. Scythe aims falls early. But it doesn't matter.
The amount of times Carson's just
this
getting
round's over.
Yeah.
1-1. Laser Pointer looking to bring themselves back into the second map. I mean, Scythe AK, 4.83. 4,000, almost 5K in 2 rounds, and a 2v2.
Yeah. He's from EU as well, so...
Yeah, the only European player in this Grand Finals lobby.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's in awake right now, knowing how late it is for them. So
yeah, I mean,
5,
pop a Monster,
4,
pop a Red Bull,
3,
get something
2,
in your system.
1.
And I think the win condition for UFD here is get a strong start. They need to get a strong start, and looks like, as I say, that Laser Pointer just gets that first hold. And I mean, this is what's been working out for Laser Pointer. They've been getting that first hold, and it's just been keeping them in this game. I say that they finally clean up, and this is what UFD needs. UFD needs to get a good early round lead, and then hold it together. Shadow going for a big gamble there, similar to what Seafood during the past matches. Just to not, it's the plays that you want to avoid at this point. You can just play the 2-stack, play the side holds.
Yeah, now we see Scythe. After making that mistake with the roam last side, he's just staying on. I mean, they need to work on their objective here. I mean, the last time, again, the only rounds that they've won is when they have a really strong start early. And even then, we've seen them lose that lead before, so they really got to be careful here. Filleret's going to find Shadow early. It's going to be just Carter on point. 8 seconds left. Scythe needs to win it out, and he will. At this point, if you're Filleret, you spawn on, you get on that objective, and you soak as much as you can with the last few seconds that you have. And Laser Pointer, 10-point lead. But it will dwindle back down. Filleret diving in early, looking for kills. Scythe not able to find the kill, finds the assist, because Filleret finds both.
Yeah, just a really good dive entry from the side of Carson. So a little bit, a little bit of a throw there from Scythe. Thinking just pushing that, leaves Carson on an island, but can he make this a 2K? He cannot. Looks like Shadow's going to opt to not, use the objective right now, and Carter does get caught off guard. And yeah, we're seeing some of the similar mistakes that we saw from Fed's roster previously. So a little bit confusing, a little bit of a misplay, miscommunications. Frostfire's there from Scythe and Sieve, or Scythe and Carson, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, seeing
Looking
one player
excellent.
off is fine, but when it's two, it's why? You have control of the map. And again, another 2-off setup, and it'll work out, and now they'll both flawlessly make their way back to the objective. At least they're not diving off far. We've seen the full roams of 2 people just has no purpose in this game.
This helps them, actually, so...
And now Fillret pushing it a little bit too late, or Scythe too early, however you want to look at it. But UFD are going to keep control of Gate to start this one off.
I will say they've been making the adjustments for the Scythe AK pre-fire, so that's definitely the strat to call. So, but it looks like Scythe AK is still going to be a monster right now.
Yeah, I
Can
mean,
he do it?
It was such a slow play. It was completely different to what they're used to. And both players just tucking in and expecting, the pre-fire to expecting that angle, but it never came. And once Shadow jumped, Carson landed 2 clean headshots, and now another fight going the way of UFD. I mean, it's just back and forth between these 2 teams, and it might really just come down to the last minute of this game.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're opting for the double right side. Scythe AK reads it, and then Carson just jumps over. Carson almost losing that. But it is 14 seconds, really neck-and-neck game here. I send one guy new, and I keep one guy on old. Looks like they're going to go for the double old push here. I don't know how I feel about that, TJ.
Yeah, and I mean, they're not even going to use that time. They're not going to use that time for the objective anyways, so we'll have to see.
They might throw up they might mess up the timings, and I think that's what they did. I think, yeah. They get the kill, and they realize their mistake, and they instantly act on it.
Ooh, and they get the kill on Carter early, but they can't let him spawn on here, and if they take too long, no, but now he's going to spawn HUD. Scythe is going to thirst yet again, though. They need to take Shadowstorm off site. They're waiting way too long for this fight, but no, Shadow's going to win it! And this is the time-breaking. I mean, Carson now able to push in, finds 1. Carter going just as fast. Carson finds 2! And he keeps himself alive, tucked in the corner. And now, tucked in the back corners of this site. Carter taking some damage early. Carson needs to win this one out. He finds the first, but Carter jump peeking, finds it. Laser pointer down by 150. 20 seconds left. Shadow's going to make his way up onto the stack. This is the exact same setup that laser point just fell as. And now Fillret making his way in. A slow play. Shadow finds the first. Fillret able to clean up with 10 seconds left. And laser pointers going to put themselves on match point. 990 to 920. A 2-1 victory. And Fillret and Scythe clutching up when it matters most.
Absolute exciting grand finals we've seen so far. That map going to 3 rounds, just masterclass from both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, you can't ask for a better grand finals. Honestly, this is very, very high quality. It's back and forth between these 2 teams, and not immediately what we expected, but it's what we're living with. It's what we're in right now, and it's given us they're putting on a show.
And I think I might be right with my first prediction here. So TJ, I'm pretty excited about that.
Watch out for that reverse sweep, dude. There's still 3 maps. You never know.
Game's not over. So job's not done.
The job's not done. Next map, Undergrowth or Site?
Site.
Okay. 1 map away from victory is Laser Pointer, but there's still a chance for UFD.
What do you think UFD needs to kind of, edge the gap, I guess, against laser pointers?
I mean, I feel like there's not as many moments where they're sitting off site, I feel like laser pointers are making it close by their own, mistakes. And UFD, they're spending a lot of time on the objective when they do have it. And their push-offs are mostly clean. I think, there's definitely a difference maker in just overall raw talent. I think, there is just a gap that Shadowstorm has not reached yet. As a new player, and that's nothing against him. He's performing amazingly in this grand final, but there's a hard stop limit when you're up against a player like Scythe, like Carson. There's just a gap that you cannot fill, or you can fill, but it comes with experience.
Yeah, and I mean on the side of Scythe and Carson just playing excellent together. That's what makes it more complex. People would say how did Shadow even get here? I mean, Shadow taking down the likes of Puddle and Demise, Fed, Sieve. I mean, it's incredible the run that they've had.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. It's been beautiful. They've been doing amazingly, but at some point there comes a time where you have to understand that you can't beat every team, because some of these teams are it's just going to be based on experience.
Yeah. I mean, they are keeping it really neck and neck, and I think the only thing that UFD, if I'm dumb, that that they're missing is just the heroics. I've seen Carson get 2Ks too many times this tournament. I'll see like Scythe AK, oh he does like 30 damage, then Carson just gets 2. If you need to have that factor in you to in the grand finals because you can obviously play perfect Crunker, you can do all the strats correctly, but if you can't pull something out of your ass, then I mean there's just it's an extra element that you lose being the underdog sometimes. So
Yeah, for sure. You just it's not something that again, it just comes with experience, and this is a good proving ground. It's a great experience in a 2v2. It builds up the expectations for what will happen when you make it deep in 4v4 tournaments. But at this time, nerves have to be coming into play for UFD, as they're now down 0-2 in this grand final, and Shadowstorm starting off strong with a nice 2-piece.
yeah, this is what we need to see from Shadowstorm here. Kind of like take over with the FAMAS. Kind of show everyone what what he's been about recently. So I say that Carson does clean him up and they get the hold here. They are going to opt for the right side push, a very common strat that we've seen from all the industry, all the side teams, including Puddle and Demise. So we're running the Revan semi.
And now nobody on site currently, but Fillaret just thirsting for kills while he lets his teammate group back up with him. Now Fillaret will sit on site, and we talked about this. Carson sitting on this objective, and Scythe, roaming around. Unfortunately, when Scythe fails to roam around and find at least one, it leaves Carson in a really sticky situation.
Yeah, and a little bit of a solo push there from Scythe AK.
Maybe Carson doing the same thing, yeah. And it won't work out completely. Yeah. Laser pointers down by about 100 here as we head into the next objective.
Now it looks like they can cross, they can isolate him down mid, and that's what they do exactly. All they need to do is just get this trade on Scythe AK. They can't let Scythe AK do heroics, but he does it again. And, I mean, now Carson's just, having free reign, just gets another 2 kills, just spawn trapping. So, they can't let these trades go on for too long, and it looks like they are going to opt to ignore for Carson. And, I mean, look at the kill feed, TJ.
I mean, this is just rough. 4th streak for Carson right now. He's looking to make it 5. And Shadowstorm's going to find a 1 burst of his own. Now Scythe just tucked on point all alone. Has to slow things down. He's going to make his way back into garage and try and buy some time. Damage done, but a beautiful 1 burst from Shadow. Another 2-piece from him.
Yeah, and just like that, I mean, UFD has a lead. So, I mean, you can make the point, laser pointers. Was it all worth it? Was the spawn trapping worth it? So, they do have to win this out, and they do win it out cleanly. No deaths on their side. But still, really neck and neck game. Laser pointers have to still stay locked in. So
Shadow pushing tree, and he will fall because of it, but he should spawn with his teammate on site, and he will, and he'll have time to cross as well. Fillaret and Scythe regenerating some of that HP. Both players gaining speed and underpass, ready to push on through. And they will find the first. Shadowstorm taken out immediately, and Scythe thirsting for that kill inside of construction, and he will find it. As UFD taken off the objective. Time to reset now. A Shadow pushing it from underpass a little bit early, but a lot of speed on's back, and Carter's able to clutch up. It's going to be just down to Scythe again in a 1 versus 2, but Carter makes both happen.
It's a very neck and neck game here, and we see Shadow controlling the top side of the map. Can he win this fight out against Scythe AK? And he does not, putting Carter in a big 1v2. Can he do this? Can he 1v2 it? Fortunately, he cannot. And this might be floodable. Shadow might send this home, but looks like they're going to opt for the group, let them regen back to full, and yeah, I mean, laser pointers just look too clean right now.
They're looking absolutely dominant. I mean, we may not even see, a 3rd round. I mean, we've seen consistent 3rd rounds so far in this grand finals, and it's been close between these two teams, but laser pointers, I mean, they are running away with it here on this 3rd objective. We'll have to see if they can keep that kind of momentum heading into the last, as Scythe Aim's pushing in from upper. Fillaret now making his way towards the E-box, and he will be able to find his frag.
Yeah, it looks like Scythe is going to already opt for the interesting spot.
Shadow's going to read that one.
Yeah, I think he didn't even read it. I think Scythe just had his back turned for some reason. A little bit confusing. But they get the hold now, and I think that's a critical mistake from laser pointers. In the grand finals, you really go for that play, just stack the site. But looks like, I mean, wait, there's no way.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, there's a chance UFD is going to take the lead here.
I think his mistake there is just, there's something up with European players of wanting to, be the hero and go for the TDMs that I cannot believe it.
Wow, UFD are going to take this 1st round. I mean, we talked about how it looked like it was going to be dominant, and then it's just run away with. Fillaret needs to find, they needed to find those frags quicker, and they couldn't. I mean, the kill diff, Asokra, 29-21. I mean, that is 4 fights worth, and you're telling me you're still losing. Like, you just...
Yeah, Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why Saitake opted for that. Just full back turn, and I guess just expecting that Shadow Storm would come from the other side. It's such a big gamble to take in the grand finals, though, when you only have that. I mean, that looked like a really big throw. I
5,
mean, that might
4,
be worse. That might be the
3,
worst thing we've seen so
2,
far outside of the
1.
Demise Puddle match. So it's
Yeah,
pretty
I
bad.
completely agree. I think, you know, it's just awkward. Shadowstorm
Yeah,
making his way up early. Scythe is going to be holding down the back ramp, but Philret now needs to win a 1 versus 2. Hasn't taken any damage yet, so it's going to be a clean 1v1. The speed on his side, and he will be able to take one away.
yeah, the mechanics. I mean, Carson with the 2Ks. You know he's gonna be good for them. So like
Scythe.
Saitake on the entry, but does good enough damage. Can Carson come in and clean it up? Looks like he's tucking, waiting for Shadow Storm here. Excellent from Carson. I mean, this is good quality Crunker play for the spawns. Looks like Saitake still just wants to run in. Okay, still wants to run into them. Carson forced to play off site now because he is predictable. Saitake going for another flood. A lot of misplays on the side of laser pointers. I don't know if they're folding under the pressure or what I'm seeing, but this is not good quality Crunker, TJ.
No,
I mean,
now Scythe is just keeping his speed running around the map. I mean, he'll go towards next, and Carson will be a late grab here if he can find even one, and he will. But Carter's going to thirst that kill and run away towards the next objective, where Scythe is now all alone. Hillard actually spawns on.
Yeah.
Lucky him. That will keep them in the fight for now. It's Shadow in a 1 versus 2, able to find both.
And that's what they need from Shadowstorm here. And I mean, let's see if they do opt for the rat angle. Carter does opt to play the rat angle here in tree. And can they make it work with the crossfires? And they do. That is the neat part. Just these setups.
Yeah, I haven't seen that type of setup there as like a rat spot, but that's definitely, you know, something innovative. It's not something you would look first, you know?
And look at the crossfire that they're playing here. I mean, now they just isolate the 1v1. Can Shadow do it? And he cannot, unfortunately.
Down by 300, though. I mean, that's a lot of objective to build back for him from, and Philret's going to make his way off-site. Carter spots him early. Philret finds the 1. It's going to be Shadow in 1 versus 2, and they will be able to clean it up. 13 seconds left. Philret will make his way back onto the objective. Laser Pointer still down by 200, because, again, these 1 ticks are just not working out. Shadow's going to find 1 and 2, because Scythe has already won. And now Laser Pointer's down by about $150, making the way over to the third site. Philret's going to be taken out early. Now Scythe needs to regroup. Gaining speed and underpass. The push comes through. Carter's going to fall early, playing an off-angle spot, and Scythe will find both. Still down by 200. Philret making his way through underpass, spots out Shadowstorm going towards construction, and the movement from Scythe getting so much speed on this objective, giving him space to work with, but Shadow, just a brick wall.
Shadow does opt to just run off site here, making similar the same mistakes. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's happening on the side of both of these teams. They just had sight and they just ran off.
Now Laser Pointer's double stacked up.
Neck and neck.
And Scythe is just a master at gaining speed. Look at this push off. Shadow's going to make his way towards construction and fall. Philret grouped up. Can he find the frag? No, he cannot. Only 1. Cartina's going to stay alive. Laser Pointers, though, only down by 40. They will be able to make their way towards next. Shadowstorm already sitting on, though. He's going to find the first. Philret should find the trade here, and he will. And now Cartina making his way in. Philret cannot find the 1 burst. Shadowstorm spawns on, and Laser Pointers down by 100.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how good they were on this fourth side, so maybe Laser Pointers have a read on how to counter the setup. So, big fight.
Versus Carson.
Is a big fight, yeah, and it looks like it doesn't go out. And I mean, TJ, this lead is growing. This lead is growing. And we've seen that
Cartina's all alone. Yeah. Another fight goes his way though. Philret spawns on.
This is the big 1v1. So.
And Shadow wins it out. That should. Wow, I think we're heading to a map 4. Yeah, I mean, 300-point diff. This is impossible to come back to at this point. And there you go. Oh my goodness. UFD taking a map off of Laser Pointers. We're heading to a 4th map. Is it Bureau or UG next?
I believe it is UG, and we end on Bureau.
UG next, ladies and gentlemen. We are going the distance.
Yeah. And I mean, Carter, -12 in the, KD, but just good team play overall, capitalizing off the mistakes, so.
Yeah, I mean, this is, Laser Pointer's still sitting on match point. They've got 2 more maps to just have the chance to win. I mean, I'm looking at the chat right now, even people are saying, why is he going off-site? Why are they trying to TDM? I mean, we don't know either, guys. We don't know either.
We don't know why. I mean, it's...
And we've been watching these tournaments for years. It's...
I mean, compared to the majors that we watched previously, I mean, that's when we saw excellent Crunker, and we saw some of these same names on those Crunker rosters. But it's just a little bit disappointing to see that when the game becomes 2v2, they, it's like they forgot, like, maybe they just think that they have their own other, like, ghost teammates that might be stacking the point for them, and they think it's going up. Maybe that's what's happening on the side, but
Yeah, I don't
just
know.
if I'm Scythe AK right now, I'm like very bummed because that mistake is what gave them the momentum, and I mean, he opened that map up for them. I mean, there's nobody else to blame for that map loss but Scythe AK for what he did during that fourth site when they had that 300-point lead. So it is it's heart-wrenching to see on the side. We would have been over, TJ.
Yeah, it would have been a done game, but no, another map up. I mean, a Bureau map 5 is on the cards here because I mean, oh, and it looks like players joined the wrong team. Hopefully, oh, never mind. Wait, yeah,
Yeah.
why NV? Team name NV Asokra?
Oh, team name Envy. Oh,
Oh,
reset.
oh,
My
no
ADHD
worries.
a little bit. See, they all have like 2-letter, 3-letter names. It's all confused me. Apologize for that. We'll be getting the correct team names out for the casting menu. Should be good now, DJ.
Yeah, I think we're all good now. It looks like we're all set. Laser pointers versus UFD. Players should be loading in very shortly. But again, laser pointers currently sitting up 2-1.
And this would be the craziest reverse sweep.
This
would
would be
pretty
the
crazy
craziest reverse sweep I think we would ever have seen.
Yeah, I mean, this tournament is pushing the distance. All the best of 3 rounds, I believe, have gone to map 3. And if the grand finals go to map 5, I mean, that's just, it's a lot. So,
I mean, these players have now been playing for over 5 hours. We've reached the 5-hour mark.
yeah.
Hope everybody who's been tuned in for the whole thing is having a great time. Grab your popcorn, because the grand finals only has minimum 8, maximum 24 minutes left. You know, it could be over. It could be over in a wink.
2, 1.
But we'll have to see here in the last, possibly the last map of the grand finals. Undergrowth now on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Good luck, have fun to all of the players in this lobby as Filleret and Scythe Ames going to start things off strong. Cartina gaining speed around you, and he'll be met with nobody as he's the only player on, as now the double peek comes through. Scythe and Filleret looking to clean out backside, and they will. Shadow's going to be all alone, and he's going to dive in still. Scythe is low HP, and he's looking to dodge this one away, but now he'll fight back with his teammate. As regen comes through, and Asokra, this is nasty flooding from UFD.
Yeah, absolutely insane flooding. Like, just clean stuff on the side of laser pointers, so yeah.
Looks like finally they'll win a fight and reset. Laser pointers up by 200 now as the fight comes through. Both players sitting in tunnel though as Filleret finds one. Shadowstorm finds the trade with 60 HP left to his name. Both kills come through for him as he now sits pretty near the B site. Finds a nice one versus. Actually, both players from laser pointers already making their way over to the next objective. Same with UFD, and UFD will claim it for now.
And a good 2-stack on the side of UFD, but laser pointers just dismantling that crossfire. So
Yeah, now up by about 200. Scythe will play off-site while he regenerates a little bit. Shadow already taken down to half HP. Filleret taking a very high angle. Scythe able to win it out at the last possible second. 1 HP, 1 shot to his name, and will stay alive. Regenning some health, will survive 1 burst from Shadow, but not a second. As Filleret slowing things down towards mid. He's been spotted, though, and they know Scythe is. They knew they were waiting for Scythe as Filleret pushing and finds the first Cartina with the trade. And Laser Pointer still up by about 100 points, but it is dwindling. 15 seconds left to Asokra, and they still have yet to find Shadowstorm on the work or take Carter off of sight.
yeah, I mean, this just neck and neck. I mean, look at that, like instant 1 burst on the side of Shadow. On the side of Carson, I mean. Let's see how Laser Pointers play this third side setup. They were out the rats. Excellent play from Carter. And can Shadow win this? And Shadow does win. I mean, look at the kill feed. He's just 2Ks after 2Ks.
Yeah, I mean, he
So.
just continues to fry. He's on a 4 streak right now. Carter's going to find Scythe as Shadow. Going to be one bursted out by Fillaret, and Carter continuing to just dive into sight. And both players now sitting in the double stack. It's going to be Fillaret coming in from Halls. Does he spot the frags? He will, and both players of Laser Pointers will find a kill apiece. It looks like the lead will be regained by them before the next fight, but they got to be careful. Scythe is going to push off site, looking to clear out Halls. He has to get there very quickly. His teammate all alone. Now the push comes through, finding Carter early. It's a FAMAS 1v1. Can Carson win it? No, Shadow Storm able to take it away. And the objective still in the hands of UFD.
And they have the lead. And I mean, we saw what they did against Fed's team. So, I mean, they might have just gave him new. I hope that didn't happen. Looks like the spawns are messed up. Looks like Carson is on new. But will they clear out tree? And I think they will. They will clear out tree. But he's playing that tree angle, and Shadow does opt to go for a long route, which does leave Carter on an island. Because they call for the regroup here. So.
Shadow, so much movement, but he's taken out so quickly. It was such a nice read, and now it's Carter down to 1 HP. Scythe able to find the clean. And Laser Pointers, a lead in their favor. Looking to close out this first round. 38 seconds left. Shadow, another movement diff. Scythe over the top, though, and both players spamming bullets. They can't find Shadow. Finally taken down by Fillaret. Both players now have time to regenerate. 30 seconds left. Laser Pointers with a strong lead. One more fight could secure this round for them as Scythe pushing off site. Ton of damage done. Fillaret can't clean it up. Both players 1 HP, and the clock still running. 18 seconds left. Laser Pointers need to make their way over. Only up by about 100, and they need to find the kill. Fillaret over the top. Scythe can't. Scythe able to clean up, and Shadow cannot find the double. Laser Pointers taking round 1 away.
I mean, that is exactly what you need if Laser Pointers just close out this map, keep it simple, no offsite TDM, just excellent. So, yeah.
Fillaret and Scythe, 1 round away from 2v2 glory. We'll see if they're able to make it happen.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Now, 4 minutes on the clock. 4 minutes away from victory is Laser Pointers as the first kills come through. Carter and Fillaret find one. Fillaret makes it a double, though, and that will give them the site to start things off.
Yeah, I mean, exactly just carrying that momentum from that, previous round. Can Shadow do it? I mean, look at Shadow's movement right now, just becoming a menace for Carson, but it looks like Carson just can't handle it, and he does take care of him. And look at this point stack from the side of, Carter just comes in, takes him out, yeah. Every time I try and say something positive for a team, they always jinx it. So,
Yeah, they just get wiped.
yeah.
Scythe and Fillaret, though, going to find one apiece and try and extend their lead with 15 seconds left on this objective. Laser Pointers up by 80, but both players trying to clear halls, though, and it's going to be sitting there a little bit too long. I'm not sure why you would wait that long if they aren't, full swinging you by then. I mean, they're still going to win the fight, but at some point you have to read into it,
Yeah, and I do think right now it's just a mechanics diff. Like, UG is such a long, map for long fights and stuff, and I just think, unlike the Fed map where they had those heroics, I think UFD need to really pull it out now. They need to lock in. So, we saw they had excellent second side holds here, and it looks like Shadow's going to opt for the TDM down ramp, which forces Scythe AK in a weird crossfire. But can Shadow win? Shadow is 1 HP, unfortunately cannot win it. So, Carter is going to opt for a flank on Scythe AK, and I believe both teams are just flanking each other at this point, so.
And it'll work out for Laser Pointers up by about 150.
Yeah, it looks like Shadow takes out Carson on the TDM, goes for the site. Yeah, just really neck and neck right now. It looks like Carson's going to opt for the TDM on a Carter, but Carter misses the timing.
And with 10 seconds left, nobody's even on this objective right now, and Shadow get caught. Scythe is just going to group up with his team, and they're all going to make their way towards Temple.
Yeah, it was better off for Shadow to just leave Carson to die there and just kind of, Carter to stack the points. But we see a small lead mounting up for Laser Pointers here. Big connector push here. Can they control it? And yeah, just not a single pick being taken.
Yeah, UFD, they need to win this fight. I mean, down by 300, it's going to be a tough feat to come back to, when these games are as back and forth as they are. Fillaret, though, going to find his one. Shadow can only make it a single as Scythe finds the early frag, and now roaming around, looking to put some damage down. I mean, at this point, it's just messing with them. Carson looking for damage on the Shadow Storm. Can't find the frag, though.
But I wouldn't recommend doing that. I mean, we saw what happened last time.
I
mean,
agree.
this UFD roster can always bring it back. They always find a way to do it, so...
At this point, another FAMAS 1v1 Filleret wins it out yet again, up by 400. Asokra, 30 points of difference between these two teams, and if the Laser Pointers keep stacking up here, it's going to be a GG. I mean, giving them next here, not going to give them next. Spawns are going to be awry.
It looks like UFD does get next, so they just need to figure out how to hold the site. I know they were struggling previously to hold it, and that's all they need.
Scythe pushing in way too early, but still is able to get away with one, and somehow Filleret will win that one away. Oh my goodness.
And that's just a mechanics diff, you know, on the side of the class.
Now Scythe on the roam.
Yeah, I mean,
300 points difference.
While he was 1 HP on the roam, still getting the kills. He's still getting those kills.
That should be game, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Laser Pointers looking to take this one away. Yeah, it's going to be a closed out. Book is shut. Laser Pointers from the upper bracket make it. They take this a little bit further than they probably wanted, but it's going to be a 3-1 victory. Scythe Ames and Filleret going to clean that one up.
Yep.
That's going to be a nice, clean GG. I mean, having a 300-point lead there, it's rough. And Scythe, the way that he roams around the map, absolutely disgusting. And having an anchor like Carson to close out some of those extra fights, exactly what they needed. It's beautiful. GG's in the chat, but they take it. Laser Pointers doing an excellent job this event. Looking at the bracket, taking a 2-0 over Pushing 30, a 2-1 over Hive, a 2-0 over NV, and a 3-1 over UFD, only dropping 2 maps the entire game. They're going to be your NACK 2v2 $200 tournament champions.
Yeah, and really good stuff from all the teams, and we appreciate the community support as always. So, a little bit longer than expected, but that's what happens when you have 35 teams, so...
Yeah.
We're still... did really good with the scheduling and the time, so... Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can't complain. I think for 35 teams, we made pretty good time. Thank you all for watching. It was wonderful to see all these teams, battle it out, and having two kind of underdog dark horses in the grand finals. I mean, that's what 2v2 is all about.
Yeah. I mean, do we have any more KR codes to give out,
Oh,
potentially?
I think, let's see. I think we have a few. We'll dump them out. Yeah, we got 3 more, so we'll dump them for you guys. Hope you guys can snag a few before we end the stream. But let me get these all ready. Let me set this up how I want it. There we go. All right. Let me do that. Go back up to here. All right. There's some codes. That's 1. We'll drop another. That's 2. And our last one of the day. Hope you guys could snag a few. Thank you guys all for watching. My name is TJ, joined by Asokra. We're going to send this thing over to the Be Right Back screen and end stream in just a few seconds. Hope you guys have a great rest of your weekend. Peace out.